Everybody hear me? I assume you
I
can.
can hear you.
Okay. My name is Karen Smith Clark. I'm the site coordinator at Southland Mall. I've been the site coordinator, I think over 20 something years. I've been working with VITA for over 40 something years. So as you know, I am an experienced person. I've been here for a while. I don't know how much longer it's going to be, but as long as my mind is working and everything is going well, I'm going to be here. I'm just excited to see all these people here today. It's 36 participants on this call. I am so glad to see you coming back. That means that you care about the people and that you enjoy doing what you're doing. I know I do. And so I just want to welcome you. Hopefully it will not last until 4 o'clock today, but we will have breaks and lunch during the time. So welcome, welcome, welcome.
All right, I was having a little video problems. Okay, good morning, everyone. As Karen and others have stated, we welcome you this morning. I am glad to be a part of this training session for another year. I currently am the site coordinator at the headquarters at 1005 Tillman. I've been there, I believe this is my fourth, maybe fifth season there. And prior to that, I was a mobile person, so I'm very familiar with the things that the mobile people have to deal with when they are there. As Karen has stated, we're going to try very much to inform you because, as you know, this is a returning volunteer session. And so, with you being a volunteer and a returning volunteer, obviously you love what you do and you enjoy helping the people. And so there are things that we're just going to be reminding you of, as well as enlightening you on the changes that have occurred. And remember that we're not asking you to be a walking knowledge bowl per se, but it's all about knowing where to go to find the information that you need to help you to service the people that will be coming to the various places for our assistance. So that's all I have to say. Again, thank you. And be sure that if there's questions that you have, we will do our best to answer those questions. And if unable to do so, we will get back to you. We also, for those who may not already have our phone numbers, we will provide. In fact, I'm going to give you my contact number now. And that number is 901 355 8531. So please feel free to reach out to me for any questions that you may have, not only about today's class or the upcoming classes, but during the filing season as well, because we are one, regardless of where it is that we may be working from or the sites, we still are trying to do what we need to do as one umbrella, which is the free tax preparation. Thank you.
Thank y'all. All right, so we can go ahead and kind of get into the topics. The first thing we're going to cover today are the responsibilities as a VITA program and volunteer. All right, so the first thing we're going to look at is the Volunteer Protection Act. This is the Hub 5683, the VITA/TCE Handbook for Partners and Site Coordinators. And as I understand it, this is pretty much the new 1084. Like, this is pretty much the new Site Coordinator Handbook. So site coordinators will have a copy of this. If you're a returning volunteer but not a site coordinator, you might not use this as much, but this has a lot of great resources in it. So the first thing we're going to look for is the Volunteer Protection Act. First, can everyone see that, by the way?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Oh,
Yeah.
also, real quick, while I'm thinking about it, if y'all could drop your name in the chat just so we have like a record of attendance when we download the chat later. Yeah, just drop your name in that chat if you don't mind. But all right, so the Volunteer Protection Act. So essentially, y'all are probably already very familiar with this, but what it does is, it prevents volunteers from being liable if we do make a mistake, on a tax return, keeping the volunteers from being liable for that mistake, so long as, it was a mistake made within the scope of what we're supposed to be doing as a program, and not something that was done, intentionally. Like the best way to summarize it is the Volunteer Protection Act protects volunteers from liability if they were acting within the scope of the program and harm was not caused by willful or criminal misconduct, gross negligence, reckless misconduct, and conscious flagrant indifference to the rights or safety of the individual harmed by the volunteer. So essentially, as long as we are doing what we're supposed to be doing, we're abiding within, the compliance and the rules that we have as VITA, then our volunteers and y'all will not be held liable if there are mistakes that arise on a tax return. If we deviate from that, if we do something, intentionally, I don't know, intentional misconduct or doing something, that's drastically out of scope, something that's outside of what we need to be doing within the parameters of our program, then, this might not cover you in terms of that liability. But so long as we're doing what we're supposed to be doing, then y'all cannot be held liable for any mistakes on those tax returns. Right. And then, talking about as long as we're doing what we're doing, we're going to cover the volunteer standards of conduct, which is also in this publication. So I'm going to go back up here. Volunteer standards of conduct. So again, this is something that y'all are probably familiar with, and I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but still is something we want to revisit each year because it's very important that we are, following these rules, and, that we are making sure that all the other volunteers at our sites follow these rules as well. So essentially the volunteer standards of conduct, the number one is just follow all quality site requirements, which I will cover in more detail after we go through these. So I'll kind of skip over these for now. Okay. Volunteer standards of conduct number two, do not accept payment, ask for donations, or accept refund payments for federal or state tax return preparation from customers. So essentially, we're volunteers. VITA is a volunteer program. Everything we do for free. That's why, we have our scope of service chart to make sure that everything we're doing is within our scope, that we can provide it for free. We cannot accept any money or donations or anything of the sort, even if we have really appreciative taxpayers who are very insistent on giving us cash, which has happened before. We have to politely decline, and we can let them know, like, hey, it's not that I'm opposed to taking money. I actually love taking money, but this is not something that I can do in the capacity of this program because this is a free volunteer program, and for us to keep doing it, it has to stay that way. Volunteer standards of conduct number three, do not solicit business from taxpayers you help or use the information gained about them, taxpayer information, for any direct or indirect personal benefit for yourself, any other specific individual or organization. So essentially, don't use any information that you discover about the taxpayers as you're doing the returns, as you're working with their documents. Don't use that information for anything outside of the return that we're preparing. It's pretty straightforward. If you have a side business, or if your job, you find some way like, oh, I'm doing this person's taxes, so and so, this is a great business opportunity. Unfortunately, we cannot use their information to contact them and pursue that business opportunity. They've come to us just to get their taxes done. They are entrusting us with a lot of confidential information and documents, and it's our responsibility to maintain that trust by only using that information for the purpose that they've shared it with us. So that's just doing the taxes, and that's it. Number four, do not knowingly prepare false returns. That's pretty easy. We're volunteer tax preparers. Don't commit fraud. Don't commit fraud. Don't knowingly do something wrong. Sometimes taxpayers might give us some misdirections, and maybe they know the outcome they want. And I've been in that situation before, but we as VITA preparers have to go by what is accurate and to the best of our ability what we believe to be true. You know, I was just in the new volunteer training earlier this week and letting them know, like, hey, if someone's ever really pushing you to do what you believe to be a not accurate return, you can always say no, because our responsibility is to not prepare false returns and to make sure everything we do as accurate as we believe to be possible. Uh, Standards of conduct number 5: do not engage in criminal, infamous, dishonest, notoriously disgraceful conduct, or any other conduct considered to have a negative effect on the VITA TCE program. So, yeah, this is pretty self-explanatory. Don't do anything super nefarious. I don't really, know what more to say about that. This is a professional setting. I know y'all keep it professional. Y'all have done this before. Y'all know exactly how things go. So yeah, just don't do anything infamous or criminal. Number 6, treat all taxpayers in a professional, courteous, and respectful manner. Like I said, this is a professional setting. Y'all all work to make it a professional setting. So, even on the days where maybe we're having a bad day or the days when taxpayers are having a bad day, which unfortunately can be a lot of days in my experience, make sure, we keep it professional. A lot of the times, as I'm sure y'all are all familiar with, taxpayers will be having a bad day. They might seemingly take it out on us, but really, a lot of the times they want to take it out on other people and other situations that have got them in this situation, and we're just kind of the people there. We're the people that are hearing it. So, I try and keep that in mind. I know people have bad days, and everyone's situation is different. My goal and my job is to just keep things professional, courteous, and respectful. As I'm working with them and as I'm doing their tax return. All right, and those are the standards of conduct.
Connor,
Yes,
can I interject something right here?
sure.
When you were talking about being professional to the taxpayers and all that, just remember that as volunteers, you don't have to feel uncomfortable. You're going to have a site coordinator there or an assistant site coordinator. If someone come in and make you feel uncomfortable, just turn it over to the site coordinator or the assistant, and they can take it from there. You shouldn't feel uncomfortable about handling any kind of situation that will make you feel that way.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like she said, the site coordinator will always be available. I've had people, come to me and ask me to hop in and take over a situation before. And also, like if someone's just being blatantly rude, like we can ask them to leave, or the site coordinator can ask them to leave. Like there's never going to be a situation where y'all as volunteers are going to be forced to be in an uncomfortable situation or dealing with someone who's being disrespectful, when y'all don't want to. That's not something that y'all have to go through. So we have ways to avoid that.
Yeah, at South Lamar, we've had to call the security guard a couple of times because of the lineup. People would skip each other or something to that effect. But we haven't really had that big of a problem. But we have had to call security a couple of times.
But that's something we can do. With the volunteers don't have to deal with that. So that's pretty much it for the standards of conduct. If when you're taking this, exam, if you haven't taken the volunteer standards of conduct exam already, the training pub for that is 4961, which has a little bit more information about the standards of conduct if you would like to read any more about that or need any assistance or extra exercises for your training exam. All right, the next thing I'm going to look at are the quality site requirements, which going back to the standards of conduct, that was number 1, making sure that our sites are following those um, quality requirements. So I'm going to find that right here. Again, this is something that y'all are already probably very familiar with. So I'll just kind of go through these, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. But otherwise, I don't have to spend all day on this part of it. So requirement number 1 is just certification. All the volunteers who are working with taxpayers, who are preparing returns, have to have the appropriate certification level, have to have passed the relevant exams to what they're doing as a volunteer. So typically that's going to be the standards of conduct exam, the intake interview and quality review certification, and then the advanced certification. If you're a site coordinator, you also have the site coordinator exam. But yeah, just making sure that everyone who is, serving at our tax sites, before they serve, they have to make sure they have that certification, and site coordinators will be checking to make sure that everyone who is serving has that certification for their first shift. Quality site requirement number 2 is just the intake, interview, and quality review process. That's just essentially making sure that we are following all the guidelines for preparing the return in terms of that intake and in terms of reviewing it. So making sure, the entire II form is completely filled out, all the unsure boxes have been changed to yes or no, nothing is left blank. Having that thorough conversation with the taxpayer to making sure we gather all of the information and that all the information is recorded on the tax return. And then, making sure that we do a thorough quality review. So making sure that someone who has the appropriate certification level gets a second pair of eyes on a return before the taxpayer signs off on it or before it's transmitted. We can never quality review the returns we prepared ourselves. We always have to have 2 sets of eyes on it. So, that's an IRS policy, and we're just making sure that we do that. That's not to say we anticipate that people are going to make mistakes, but, if you type, I don't know, 10 million numbers over the course of tax season, then yeah, human error, everyone's going to hit like an 8 instead of a 9 at some point, which is why we just have 2 sets of eyes on everything just to have that barrier before it's sent to the IRS. Yeah, again, just making sure everything on the I form is completed. Make sure that gray shaded area is completed by the certified volunteer preparer while talking to the taxpayer to get that information. Then yeah, just conduct that quality review. All right, number 3, confirming photo identification and taxpayer identification numbers for taxpayers. So we always have to make sure that we check identification. Um, for our taxpayers, make sure that we get a look at their photo ID, and make sure that everyone on the return either has their social security card or their ITIN. Make sure, all the names are correct, make sure everything's adding up. If you ever have any reason to believe that the person on the ID they're showing you is not the individual in front of you, please, know that you can get your site coordinator, or you don't have to feel like uncomfortable in that situation. Like, go get some help if you need some guidance for that. I don't think that's something we see a whole lot of, but yeah, we have to make sure, the return that we're doing is for the individual that we're working with. So to do that, we want to make sure we're checking those documentations. When we are just sitting down with the taxpayer, just getting things started, that's kind of the first thing we do is, can I see your photo ID and can I see your social security cards for you and everyone on the return? Number 4 is just reference materials. So just making sure that at the site, we have these materials available either in paper or electronic form. We do have some paper copies, and all of these are available as PDFs from the IRS website. So the electronic copy is always available as well. And that's just things like the Pub 17, 4012, the 4299, and then making sure that we are posting any new volunteer tax alerts, or quality site requirement alerts or cyber tax alerts issued by TaxAid. So just making sure that if any new updates come out through the tax season, that those are shared with the volunteers and available at the site. Site requirement number 5 is just the volunteer agreement. Everyone has to complete their volunteer standards of conduct certification, and then, then they sign and date the form 13615 once they finish all their other certifications. So we just have to make sure that we collect those signed 13615 so that we're maintaining those, and that those are confirmed. Approving officials verify the volunteer's identity, name, address using government issued photo identification. So yeah, the site coordinator will probably verify all that. They'll if they don't, um, if it has been verified before you get to the site, then I would imagine on that first day at the site, they'll verify that you've got your certifications, check your photo ID, and then get you into the volunteering. But just making sure that everyone's again passed certification and that we're maintaining that documentation and that everyone signs their 13615s. Number 6 is just timely filing. So, what we do, we're preparing the returns. The volunteers will be preparing the returns for the taxpayer, and then it's kind of the next step is transmitting that to the IRS. So, this requirement for timely filing just means that, it doesn't get left behind or like stuck in a queue. That, once it's signed off by the taxpayer and everything's been completed, that within a reasonable amount of time, it is sent to the IRS and is transmitted electronically. The IRS says that the goal is to ensure that the tax return is submitted to the IRS within 3 calendar days after the site has all the necessary information to e-file the tax return. But really, I don't think it usually takes 3 days to transmit once everything's done. We want to make sure that we're doing this as quickly as possible because, unfortunately, sometimes returns aren't accepted on the first go. Sometimes they get rejected. So, that requirement for timely filing also pertains to rejections, making sure that we are following up with taxpayers if the return is rejected and it's not something we can correct on our own. Having at least that first attempt to do that within 24 hours of the rejection, and just, making sure that nothing falls through the cracks. And, we don't want to call someone, or better yet, we don't want to receive a call like 2 months after someone does their return, thinking everything's resolved, saying, hey, I never got my refund. And then we look it up and, it got rejected as in the queue, or it just was never transmitted for whatever reason, and it's just in the queue. That would be a violation of this quality site requirement. So just, not that this has really been a problem or anything, just making sure that we're doing everything, in a timely manner for both the taxpayers and the IRS, and just easier on us. Site requirement number 7 is just having the civil rights information available. So that's just kind of signage that you'll see at the site, making sure that's available in a place where, taxpayers can see that and read that at the site, making sure it's not, like hidden somewhere, but somewhere it's easily accessible for taxpayers so that they are, aware of that information and can access that signage, at the site without having to really dig it out. 8 and 9 are just making sure we're using the correct site identification number and the correct electronic filing identification number. Those will be set up on your TaxSlayer account. So really just making sure that, you're logged into the right TaxSlayer server. If you volunteer at multiple tax sites and have different TaxSlayer names, make sure you're logging into the right one and that you're using, the correct tax site or location where you're preparing that return. But otherwise, the SIDNs, the EFINs will be in TaxSlayer. So as long as we're using the right TaxSlayer login, we should be good to go there. And quality site requirement number 10 is just security. We've submitted our security plans to the IRS. Those have been approved. So just making sure we're abiding by all those policies, making sure that if, we can go over our security plans in more detail later if we need to, but essentially, just making sure that we are doing everything in a safe manner, following all compliance guidelines, and, just being responsible with the information that we are being trusted with and like the equipment and technology that we're using. And that's pretty much it for the Volunteer Protection Act, the Volunteer Standards of Conduct, and the Quality Site Requirements. Any questions on those before we take a look at volunteer roles? All right. Well, if not, I can turn it over. Thank y'all.
Okay, so at this point in time, what we're going to do, let me see, I'm trying to share a document here. I can. Hunter, you've already, okay, you've canceled. Let me see, can I find my little document? I've been having computer problems this morning. Okay, so at this point in time, we're going to talk about some of the things that have already been discussed with Hunter, and that is the volunteer roles. As I stated when doing the welcoming, you need to know exactly where it is to go to locate anything that you have a question about as it relates to the standards of conduct or the intake and interview. So the first thing is the greeter. So as a greeter, you must complete and pass the standards of conduct training. You welcome everyone that's visiting the site to create a pleasant atmosphere. You make sure that they know where the bathrooms are, as well as accommodating the disabled customers as much as possible. You ensure that the customers sign in on the client sign-in sheet, and you give them a form 13614C and if appropriate or needed, the 14446. You give that to them along with a pencil or pen. And of course, the last thing you do as a greeter, you want to schedule and document your volunteer hours. Are there any questions concerning what you should do for the greeter? And of course, the publications that you would look in would be the 4961 as well as the 5101. Any questions? If not, we'll carry on to the screener. So for the screener, you complete and pass your volunteer standards of conduct training and the intake interview training. You assist the clients with completing all forms necessary for tax assistance, which is the 13614C. You verify all of the documents to ensure that the clients meet the qualifications for the free tax assistance. And of course, this means adding up the income, because as we know, there have been times that they've passed the screener and they do not meet, or they're out of scope, and we're not supposed to prepare those tax returns. You check for their Social Security cards for not only themselves, but all of the people that they are claiming on that tax return. You check for identity theft pins, which would be the CP notice and or letter that they would have received from Internal Revenue Service, usually somewhere in the month of December, with the 6-digit pin on there. And you answer all questions that are applicable to their household, and you assign the clients to the taxpayers, or the tax preparers, based on their certification level. And lastly, you schedule and document your volunteer hours. Any questions? And also, you want to, one issue that we've been having for years is that healthcare. You want to ask them about the 1095A. We know that you can ask them 100 times and they'll say no, and then the return ends up being rejected. But we want to, as a screener, make sure that we ask them for it.
Denise,
Go ahead.
on that healthcare, a lot of times they don't understand that they do have the marketplace healthcare. A lot of times, if you say Obamacare, that might tweak them to know more, but we still have a big problem with people knowing what the marketplace is.
Okay. And also along with the 1095A, I know that at the headquarters, we have, and I'm sure some of the other locations have as well, we have a 1-800 number that we provide to them and allow them to step away and call to get the information by providing them a blank form, and then they complete it, and that way they don't have to return. But if they're not willing to take that upon themselves and call and get the information, then of course they'd have to come back at a later time. Okay, so as a tax preparer, which is next, you must complete the standards of conduct training, the interview intake training, and or the basic or advanced training. I know that for many of us who've been doing it for a long period of time, we don't even do the basic. Now, I think Karen and I, we've been getting together and we've been doing the basic, and there may be a few others, but mostly we just go right on over to the advanced training so that we won't have limitations to the people that we are assisting. You provide free tax preparation for the eligible customers. If there is a discrepancy on that 13614, the taxpayer, you need to get clarification from them before you proceed to prepare that tax return. Next, you are to schedule and document again your volunteer hours. Questions? Comments? Okay, site coordinator. I know this is not the site coordinator session. However, we do have some site coordinators in the class, so I'm just going to touch on this. Of course, you must verify that all volunteers are properly certified to work at the sites. You create a process to verify the level of certification for each volunteer and that they have passed and signed Form 13615, which is that Volunteer Standards of Conduct Agreement, which is signed off on by the site coordinator, who then passes it on up to their manager. The coordinator must also confirm the volunteer's identity using the government-issued photo verification and develop and maintain schedules for all volunteers to ensure that we have enough coverage for our people that we're trying to help, as well as the supplies and equipment at the site. The other thing that as a site coordinator, we should do, maybe some of us are doing, is try to recruit volunteers. Any questions?
Denise, I know as a site coordinator, I haven't had any problems with the volunteers giving me their time, their schedule, which is a good thing because you want to know how many people gonna come on a certain day. And then you want to know, if they're not coming, you're gonna have to call somebody else. Or you know how many people to take that day. So it's just good that the returning volunteers know to get with their site coordinator and keep them attuned of when they can come and when they have problems and they can't come.
And especially for Karen has a big site, but some with a lot of volunteers, and they love her and love what they do, and they continue. But a lot of other sites don't have as many people, and so for a two-man operation, it's very important that you get with your site coordinator so that we can have people, as Karen stated, so we can have coverage, because we don't want to turn people away because we don't have enough staffing. Amen. Okay, so the last thing, which is not on our agenda, but it's the quality reviewer. They must be tax certified at the advanced or the military level. And I say military because a lot of people don't take the military course, but there are people that we do help who have, and you do need to have that military level. You should have passed that. You engage the taxpayer in the review process so that they can know what's on their tax return. The worst thing that could ever happen, and we see it a lot of times during the extended, is I didn't know that was on there. So you want to go over the information with them. And I
can't hear her.
I think she might have cut out for a second. Let's see if she rejoins.
Calling her now.
Thank
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I told you earlier, computer problem. But anyway, trying to work with it. Okay, so as I was stating, we're talking about the quality reviewer. We want to keep the engaged in the process, because what happens is that one of the errors that we've had, and I know Hunter touched on it, maybe a social security number of the primary taxpayer, their husband, whatever, or it may be one of the children. And the big thing is the bank account. Now, the people keep changing bank accounts for whatever reason. I know some of the reasons, but I'm not going to state it. But they're looking at that bottom line. They need to verify those numbers You know, I try to tell them, I said, look, let's cover this part up right here. No, let's not look at this dollar. I need you to look where the dollar going, because your money may be in Bethlehem somewhere and you waiting over here, you done already spent it, and it'll be forever before you get it. So the tax is the quality review. We want to make sure that all of the information that has been keyed in on that tax return has been input correctly from the 13614C, that the client has looked at it and reviewed it. And I know even after reviewing, there still may be an error, but we want to do what we need to do in order that we can prepare correct tax returns. And of course, you want to use your reference materials to verify any tax law determinations that they have been made and made correctly. And of course, we have our handy dandy 4012 that for in the section K 15 and 16, it talks about the quality review checklist. So you can familiarize yourself with that and or keep it handy where you can make reference to that. Again, you want to make sure that we are not preparing tax returns that are out of scope, because I know I've worked at Karen's site and a few other sites during the season, and there are people, they will talk to the screener and they will be holding back a document that is very important. Oh, I forgot to give her this W-2. I forgot to give her this gambling. So we want to make sure that we have everything so that we can do the right job as the quality reviewer. We also, if we find an error, the preparer, we want to mentor and help them so that the next time that situation occurs, they would know better and do differently. Any questions? Any comments? This session is finished.
Ms. Denise.
Yes, ma'am, Miss
Not,
Stuckey.
not Bethlehem, Ms. Denise.
Girl, if Jerusalem anyway, I just tell them, I be trying to let them know this is a real deal.
Right, exactly. All right.
You know, because they be, you know what I'm talking about. They be
Yes,
excited. Oh, I'm
ma'am.
getting back $8,000. Ooh.
Right.
And then
I
here they
understand.
come.
I just had to say that. You said
I know.
Bethlehem.
I know.
Good
Then here
night,
they come.
everybody.
They
Happy New
mad
Year,
at us.
everybody.
Huh?
Right. That's all I want, Ms. Denise.
You good. All right.
I have one question. I have one question, because
Please.
when you are completing a return and then you, by the time, you know, they hand you that last W-2 and they are over the income limit, how far over the income limit do you have to tell them, you know, we can't prepare this, or do you just keep moving forward?
No, we have a limitation. Every year it goes up. And I had that. What's the amount this year? I know it goes up every year about $2,000. How much?
64,000 this year.
Okay, so we're at 64,000. So if this person gives you a document that's going to take them, and I'm sorry to say it, but we following the guidelines of IRS, it's 65. We have to let them know they will have to. They do not qualify for our free services.
Oh, okay. Because I mean, again, you get into it before they've realized, oh yes, you know, it's over.
Okay. It happens. It happens. That's why I mentioned it. It happens quite a bit.
But
And
that's
then
one of the things. That's one of the things you're gonna be looking at when that greeter or that screener. If you don't have a greeter or screener and you're the only one that's doing all of those jobs, you just make sure that you look at the income and make sure that it's not over that 64,000. We've had it done 2 or 3 different ways. It's just sometimes it catches you. And we were we did notify United Way when we did have someone that was over the income limit. I won't say scope because it's over the income limit.
Right, right.
Thank you.
And the other thing that happens for us, Letha, is that when we prepare these returns, because people, I'm gonna say this from being a returning volunteer and being a prior IRS employee, these people, a lot of them, they've worked multiple jobs throughout the year. And they've learned some of the rules and regulations, and they looking for quick dollars. So they're coming in with their first 3 or 4 W, knowing they got about 4 or 5 more on the way. And you will prepare that tax return for them because you've asked them questions. And with every question that you asked them, it gave you the go ahead to complete the tax return. But then they come back later wanting you to amend their tax return. And of course, you know, we do that then at various times in the season. But that's one biggie, and we can't seem to stop it because we don't know how many people they've worked for. Any other questions?
Sometimes people have just one left and know that they have one left and come in and give us their documents, and we thinking that they have everything. Then they'll come later again to amend their return. So people know, some people play the games, some people shop around with the different sites. Some people, you know, people just gonna be people.
So we do all we can to make it work with the documents that we have, because like we're not fortune tellers, we don't know. We just take what you have. But that's pretty much it. So those are our roles. Are there any questions about any of those roles that we have? If not, we will allow you to have a 10-minute stretch break, water, run, whichever way you want to run, and we come back and run with Karen. Thank you.
So that's 5 after 11. Okay, I'm assuming everyone is back from their break. It's about 5 after. I might be a little fast. But before I get started, which time would you all like to break for lunch? 12, 12:30, or 1?
One sounds good.
I was going to say 12:30 or 12:45.
Yeah, I think about 12:30, Karen, because we've got to come back with that test stuff.
Okay.
And like we said, we were gonna try to make them make it be the whole
Day.
time.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna get started. What I'm going to be talking about is the key filing season 2024 changes. That includes the scope of service chart, important changes for 2024, tax layer enhancements, and reminders from 2024 tax season. So I have the 4012 up now because that's where the scope of service chart is founded. The 4012 and the 4491 are two good books to have on your desk or get to it online to answer any of your questions. The Pub 17 is another good book. So between those three books, you should be able to find any answer to any question that you have. So going on down, we've already covered the standards of conduct. As you see on each publication or any book that you open, it's going to have the volunteer standards of conduct. They want to make sure everybody is aware of the 6 things that they're supposed to do. So we go into the scope chart. The scope chart is just letting you know what you can and cannot do as far as the certification. These are the little diagrams notes, tips, caution, tax layer, and navigations that you're gonna see throughout the whole book. Okay, as you can see, can everybody see that? Let me make it bigger. Okay. What they're saying at the first paragraph, when using the list, please note that column 3, which is this one, yes or no, does not stand alone, meaning that you got to look through across the whole chart. You'll see over here when it's 0 or nothing is in here, the topic is in scope for all certification levels. So as you can see, the Form 1040, digital asset virtual courtesy question, if they answer yes, it's in scope if the taxpayer can check the no box. Taxpayer check no if these things. And again, the certification level is any level. Versus if you look at the next one, you see wages. And this is line 1. This is on the 1040 itself. It's in scope. Advanced certification required for underreported tip income. And that is part of the test. That's a question on the test. So again, if you're looking at the form itself, it's in alphabetical order, in number order. It goes down line by line. It tells you yes or no. And if you're seeing some of them, it'll tell you what it's not in scope for. So like for Form 1040, lines 4AB, 5AB, 5B, it is in scope. IRA pensions and annuities, see Form 1099-R for limitations. Not in scope for foreign retirement arrangements. See, we're not gonna see a lot of this anyway. Most of the returns we work is just plain 1099-Rs. Most of the taxpayers that come to the site are just those people that make less than 64,000. So we're not going to be seeing a whole lot of different things. If you do, go to your site coordinator. Now it does say basic certification if taxable amount is determined. Advanced certification required if taxable amount is not determined. So basically they changed the requirements maybe 2 or 3 years ago, where you had to take the basic, but they took that out of it, and now everyone just has to take advanced. But like Denise said earlier, I'm nosy. I wanna learn it all, so I still take the basic. On down, line by line, and and I'm not gonna go through all of this. I'm just letting you know where it is. Scope of service is in the 4012. It's in alphabetical order. It does show you what in scope, what's not in scope. If they have something to put there. A lot of them don't, but some of them do. Then you're gonna read what that not in scope is for. And again, if it don't have a level over here, it's all levels. Any questions? I'm assuming there are none. So you go all the way to the end. As you can see, it's in alphabetical order. This 8949, that's for Schedule D, people that have stocks. So it's in scope for sale of stocks, mutual fund shares, and personal residences. And these are the things that's not in scope for these things. So it's a really easy chart to read. And again, I really don't even use it that much anymore because most of the time it's just simple returns. Any questions? Okay, we're gonna go to the 4491 and look at the important changes. Okay, due date of the return, the due date for filing individual income tax return is April the 15th. And you know, the last 3 to 4 years, they have had different dates other than the 15th because of this holiday for the proclamation. So this year, it is April the 15th, unless you live in Maine or Massachusetts. A lot of this information we won't come in contact with. So, but I'm going to briefly go through it. Tax form changes. We don't business expense. New form 7206. Now this one, anyone electronically filing form 1040X, that's an amended return, can select direct deposit and enter their banking or financial institution information for quicker delivery of refunds, which is a good thing. Most up until this year, they've had to get it in the mail. So this year, it's going to be just like them filing an original return. They're going to have that bank information out there if they want to direct deposit. So that's a good change. These are the forms, and then these are the tax law changes. Distribution to qualified public safety employees. These are people, the exception to the 10% additional tax for early distribution. They've expanded it. Remember, 1099 taxpayers who might go into their 401k and withdraw monies. If they are 59 and a half or younger, they get charged a 10% penalty. This is adding more reasons that we can waive that 10% penalty, which is a good thing. So this is more reasons that we can waive that penalty. And it goes to show you who they are. And again, we don't see a lot of people. I haven't in my years of doing taxes. And now we do have some, and you do have exceptions. And those exceptions are found in the 4012, and they're found later on in this book up under the 1099-R. Distribution to terminally ill individuals. So again, these are added reasons why we can waive that penalty. This is another one, required minimum distribution. Individuals who reach age 72 after December 31st, 2022 may delay receiving their RMDs until April 1st of the year following the year in which they turn 73. Used to be that when people turn a certain age and they have monies, they have to take out a required distribution. We don't see a lot of that, but we do have some. Energy efficient home improvement credit. This is that $500 from last year that was the max that people could get if they had windows, doors, roofs, or whatever. They can only get up to $500. This year they can get up to $1,200, which is an improvement. That's basically what they're saying. And the 5695 is the form that you will fill out. And again, that's in this book. And you would just follow the lines. Repayment of qualified birth or adoption distribution. We haven't had that. Certain corrective distributions not subject to 10% early distribution tax. We haven't, I don't think we've had either one of those. Excise tax, no, we have not. Personal exemption amount, we haven't had that. But for 2023, the gross income limitation is $4,700, it was $4,400 last year. It's still gonna be $300 for teachers that spend money on supplies. They didn't go up on that. Standard deduction each year, they're gonna go up so many dollars. And this is telling you what status and how much money they can get. So anybody that files a return and they have deductions over 27,700 and they're married or qualifying surviving spouse, they can either file short or long. The 27,700, if they have expenses over this amount, they would file that Schedule A. But again, we don't see a whole lot of people that have those expenses. Head of household, the same thing, and then single, the same thing. But these people can get even more money on their standard deduction if they're 65 and older. If they're single, they'll get $1,850 more. And if they're married, the surviving spouse, they'll get $1,500 more. So you would add, the computer would add this to that. Any questions? I'm assuming none. For 2023, the standard deduction amount for the individual who may be claimed as a dependent by another taxpayer cannot exceed the greater of $1,250 or the sum of $400 and the individual's earned income. They make things so hard. That and the kiddie tax, I haven't really seen a whole lot of this, either one of them. But in case you do, this is where you would find that information. Now, I'm just surprised that they have gone up to 65.5 cents per mile for business miles driven. People that file Schedule C, they will get up to 65.5 cents per mile for business miles driven. That is a good thing. That's going to help small business people a lot when they file their returns. 22 cents per mile for medical. It's, if you file in the Schedule A, you can claim those miles. 14 cents per mile for charitable organizations again. The standard mileage rate for businesses cannot be used to claim an itemized deduction for unreimbursed employee travel expenses during the suspension of miscellaneous, and I think that was in effect last year also. The movement expenses. We don't have a lot of Schedule C filers, but if we do, they're not that complicated. They're basically, income and expenses, not a whole lot of expenses. Okay, for 2023 deduction, which the computer is going to automatically compute this amount anyway. So once you put in the Schedule C expenses, it goes in and computes this amount. Retirement savings contribution. This is the modified AGI must be more than 36,500 and then different amounts for the different filing statuses. Earned income credit, they are going up to $74.30 for 3 or more children and $600 with no children. Used to be $300, then it went on each year, it went up. And for earned income credit that people that are 65 and older cannot get it. They did give it to the people back in 20 and 21. And when they came to us in 22, they were so disappointed because they changed the laws in that year. But now if they make under a certain amount, $17,640, a single person, they can get $600 with no children. And it goes up according to how many children and your income. So anybody that has 3 or more children, $56,838, or if they're married, $63,398. That's right below the income limit. And I think that's what they do, go in hand with the earned income credit, because our limit is $64,000. Taxpayers whose investment income is more than $11,000 cannot claim the EIC. Refundable amount of credit is $1,600. This is for child tax credit. Ooh, they really gave a lot of money to mothers and fathers back in 2021. They got money every 3 months, and then they got extra money when they filed their returns. They were so happy those 2 years. But again, they went back to the way it was. The refundable amount of the credit is $1,600. That is money that's over the tax, the refundable amount. And it's according to how many children and all that as to whether they get it. Student loan interest deduction. These are the incomes that people have to make, and they won't get the student loan interest. And some people really fall into that category. Eligible long-term care premium limits, which I haven't seen any of this. Foreign earned income exclusion, I haven't seen that. IRA deductions amount and modified AGI limits. Premium tax credit, health savings account. There's an additional contribution amount of $1,000 for taxpayers who are age 55 or older. That's on the test. Additional contribution amount of $1,000 for taxpayers who are 55 or older. These are people who have a health savings account. And you would know that by W being on their W-2. Any questions on any of that? Okay, we're gonna still be talking about the important changes. So I like to go to the VITA Prosperity Now. I've always looked at what they submit to their volunteers. And this is how they determine the tax changes for this year for the returning volunteers. Okay, changes again to the tax forms. Form 1040 Schedule 3, additional credits and payments have several new lines, which you ordinarily wouldn't see because whatever you complete on their return, it's going to generate on Schedule 3. But this is just for informational purposes. Line 5 now has 2 lines, A and B. Line A reports the residential clean energy credit. Remember, it used to be the non-business. Now they got a new name for it, residential clean energy credit. For Form 5695, line 15. Now it's got out of scope. This is the one that has the propane and all that on it. This one is the one that we would complete. The line 5B for the energy efficient home improvement credit. I'm sorry, I got that confused. This one last year was the one that was called the non-business. So we do still do those. Okay, there are no scope changes for 2023 returns. However, some points below are worth revisiting. IRS provides strict guidelines as to the types of tax returns that VITA tax sites can prepare. And here's that in scope again. All that is determined by the certification, not by the income, but by the certification. Whether you're certified for basic, advanced, military, international, whatever. And that's what this is, the return issues that are in scope, and these are the different ones. And again, this is what I showed you, was the scope of service chart in the 4012. They're just reminding people, do not prepare a return that's out of scope. I know we keep saying it over and over, but we still have some people that might let it slip by. Again, do not do a return if you feel uncomfortable. Please do not. Again, this is showing you the difference in the earned income credit. Again. Standard deduction, they're just showing you the difference between 2022 and 2023. Again, the mileage rate. And I just want to show you how other VITA sites compose their training. This is their energy credit. This non-refundable credit was previously named the non-business energy property credit and had a $500 lifetime. Now it has a $1,200. You know, people that get roofs and windows and doors, they be spending up in $5,000, $2,000, and this is the total amount that they can get on a return. Again, this is talking about the additional early distribution wave of that penalty. We don't see a lot of this. Now, this public safety officer exclusion of 3,000, I have had some of those people before, where they were policemen or some, you know, like that, and they paid into their health insurance. They could get up to the $3,000 decrease in income on that 1099-R. Again, this is that 72, that's on the test too. Individuals who reach age 72 after December 31st, 2022 may delay receiving their RMDs until April 1st of the year following the year in which they turn 73. This is no longer available. That's it. Okay, so let me see. We're going to go, any questions? I did hear that people were having problems getting into to take the certification. I know I had a problem when I originally tried to get in. Then lo and behold, after I kept trying to create an account, it kept bringing me up to the top. I did that, I don't know how many times. But then I read something that we got on an email that said no symbols in the password. And when I took my symbol out, it went on through. So I don't know if that's some of the problem that people are having, but you can't use a symbol in your password.
Karen,
Yes.
I sent you an email this morning that was sent out to us last night after you and I talked with Sandra and a few other people. And it seems to be an internal problem. And what they have referred those people to do is to get with their site coordinators, which what we gonna do when it's a long holiday weekend.
I know.
But that's what they're supposed to do so that they can tell us what to do to fix it. So at this time, people, unfortunately, you won't be able to get in, but you will have your answer so that once we find out that it is available, your site coordinator, once you've gotten with them and let them know, and we do what we can do, we'll let you know so that you can go on and be certified.
No questions? Anyone?
I'll just pop in and say it's still possible to get in. It's just a lot of people are experiencing issues. So I'm gonna type in the chat the instructions I received to try. This may or may not work, but it might at least help. So I just giving everyone a heads up on that.
Yeah, and again, my problem was I was using symbols in my password. But then
But I think what happened for Karen and I, and maybe other early birds, is that whatever problem is occurring at this time, it wasn't happening then. We knew that it was something wrong with maybe our emails, which was my problem. I had another email, Karen using the symbol. So once we clarified all of that, we were able to get in, and that was back in early December for us. But since then, as you know, you've been getting different emails about updates that they've made to some of the practice labs and other things. So obviously, they still working on a lot of this stuff.
yeah.
Hey,
Okay, I'm going,
Karen,
huh?
I thought Monica said something about we couldn't get in at IRS. We had to try a personal computer. I'm not sure. I thought she said something similar to that.
That's probably right.
Because I think they doing something with the firewall at IRS.
Yeah, they always have problems with the people that work at IRS with that firewall.
Oh,
So
okay.
if you got a personal computer, I would suggest that you use that one.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try that.
So now I've gotten to Lincoln Learn, and you know, if you want to take the test, you would get to the certification path right here. But I'm trying to get to the training. You know, they had training earlier this year, and they always put it where you can go and review it later on. So I'm going to go to the Tax Software Practice Lab. And you always train ProWeb is the password. TRAIN ProWeb. And then I signed in already.
Karen, say the password again, please.
Train ProWeb, TRAIN PROWEB, all caps. Train ProWeb. And then it will take you here. And if
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. If you were taking the test, then you would go into this practice area, which I go into in a few minutes, but I want to look at what the tax layer enhancements are. And I always have to figure this out, even though it says remember me, but I always have to do this. I just want you to see what you need to go through in order to get and listen to the web. Put your email address. Whoops. You gotta learn how to spell my name. And then Vida. And I always say remember me, but it don't. Okay, these are the attachments. I'm gonna click on that, and I want to go to the user guide. This, if I went to the webinar, a man will be talking through the lessons, but I'm gonna be the person. Okay, these are the enhancements. And a lot of this is for the site coordinator, really. Okay. So these are the enhancements. If they wanted to, I guess some of this I probably don't even need. Well, it is some site coordinators on here though. Cover page printing. If you want to change something on the cover page, it's just showing you how to do that. Password creations. If you want to use the same password for everybody in your site, it's showing you how to do that. If you want to make any changes to the custom questions, it's showing you how to do that. if you wanted to get on a report and filter for accepted returns, it's, you know, all of this is just showing you how to do it. If the security templates is now, they've changed the name to roles and permissions. And all of this you can go through and just see how to do it. Okay, these are the tax return enhancements. Now they have it where if you enter a return, it's going to come up and say that this person filled out a 1095-A last year. So you really need to ask this person if they have one for this year, which is a good thing because we get a lot of rejects on this. Again, the healthcare system, people are still having a lot of problems with it. And like Denise said earlier, we have that 1-800 number where they can sit out in the lobby and call and get the numbers and come back in, and we can complete their return. Any questions on that? This is all this is saying is that it's going to give you a warning if the person had a 1095-A before. Adding notes, e-file page, which I will show you in a minute, but you can add notes into the TaxSlayer system this year at a different place, the e-file page. And this is it right here. You will click on the next to the taxpayer's name on the right side. And this is the notes right here. Click notes. And then you will add a note and give it a name and input whatever the note is going to be and save it. Again, taxpayer AGI is now on the submission page. It's showing you the AGI this year. State-only return procedure. Select or only transmit the state return when you're just doing a state return. And the reports, this will be for mostly for the site coordinators if they run a lot of reports. It's just giving you the different reports that you can use now. You can run one that has the dependent's name and the birthday. This is a dependent's qualifying child report. It will list all dependents and qualifying children along with the primary taxpayer on whose return they are listed. So it will just show a list of all the dependents. And this is how you would do it. Oh, this one was this is if you want to see a return that's in the built-in review process. This is how you would go through and do that. It's just showing you how you can pull up different information at the end of the season to see or during the season. They've added multiple columns to the site production detail report. And then user access report. Administrators can now run a report showing the date and time each user logs into TaxSlayer Pro online. And it shows you how to do that. These are other reports. Now, we don't do the customer portal. Matt, I don't know if you all are doing that this year or not, but that's what this is about. And that's it on that. Any questions? Okay, I'm gonna go into this return. This is where this year you can click on quality review. And it will give you the information in a summary where you can look at it quickly and see, you know, if there are any errors. Show you the W-2s to make sure that we input the right information, all the forms that needs to be shown. And that's basically what this is. Okay, now I'm gonna go in the return. To show you the where they were talking about, you go up here where the name is and you click on it. This is where you can put a note. That's cool, isn't it? This is the problem that one of the test problems. But again, any questions? Okay, if you go over to the left and you go into the federal section, it'll show you all the different forms upon the income. These are some of the reminders that when you file a joint return, you got to put the right person whose W-2 it is. And if you type in this EIN, sometimes it will generate a different name than what you have on your W-2. So you got to make sure you look at that good, because you want to put in the name of that's on the W-2 that you have in your hand. When you get to the wages and the Social Security and the Medicare, don't forget, it's going to generate the same information that is in box 1 and box 3. You have to go over the amount and put the right amount that's in that W-2 that you have. And you know, the federal withholdings. And when you put the correct amount in, it's going to show you a different amount for Social Security withheld. Social Security tips, some people do get that. So make sure you look at that W-2 good. Some people might have an amount in box 10, which means that you will have to file a 2441, which is a child independent care form. And this box 12, a lot of times we forget it, but we got to put the alphabet, especially if it's the D and the DD and the E and all that. Make sure we put the right information and the right amount. Retirement plan. I haven't had to fill this out yet. Medicaid waiver payment, I have not seen one. State information, make sure you put the state information in. It will give you a warning if you have a person that lives in Mississippi or in a state and you haven't done a return. It'll give you a warning for you to make sure that you do file a state return if you need to. Social Security, please make sure you look at the withholdings. A lot of times people use Social Security for savings. I have one man come every year He files a return just to get his withholdings back. He said he used to pay his taxes on his house. Make sure you put the Medicare wages in. Retirement. It's going to generate a taxable amount if you don't have the box check for taxable amount not determined. It's going to, even if you had that check, it's still going to do that 20,000 in 2A. I've done this return, that's why it looks different. But it's going to generate the same amount that you put in 1 in 2A until you complete that. Click here to make changes. And if you're doing a simplified method, you would click here to make changes. And you would go and complete this return with what the information that you have. But please make sure you put the right code here, because, and then if you don't check this IRA SEP simple, IRS is going to send them a letter. A lot of times taxpayers will have this on their 1099-R and we don't check it. They're going to get a letter. This is very important also. The total employee contributions, because this is how much the employee put into that 401k or retirement plan. So you know if nothing is here and they got an amount up here, all of it is taxable. That will kind of lead you to answer any questions you might have. Now, if you have a rollover or a you would check this box and that would lead you somewhere else. And if you have a 3, that means that that person got a monies before their retirement age. Well, if that happens, then the amount up here in box 1 will flow over to the wage line on the first page of the 1040. So if they have a 3 instead of this 7, this is where you would go down here. Any questions? Any questions on scope of service chart, important changes, tax layer enhancements, reminders?
No questions.
Okay, we're gonna move on then. Training topics, screening and interviewing, filing status. Oh, let me get out of here. Okay. No questions, then we're gonna go on to the next topic.
Okay, thank you. Let me see, can I get do my sharing? Can you all see that? I don't think so.
No.
Okay, so
No, ma'am.
all right. I don't know what's going on. I told you
You
I'm
push
having
share, then you push share again. It's twice.
what I did, and when I did, just get your name up there.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this computer,
What are you trying to share?
my 4012.
You want me to do it?
Yeah, do the 4012, please.
Pretty please.
Pretty please. With you know you owe me, but we ain't gonna talk about that. We got an audience.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, 4012, and we're gonna go to B6. Say bingo. Okay, right. Stop, Karen. Stop. Okay, right here. As you, if in case you didn't know, and I'm gonna remind you, right here, you can use your mouse and automatically go to B6. Okay, so here we're going to talk about. Can everyone see that? She's
Yeah.
adjusting it for me. Okay. So you'll be my navigator. Thank you. Okay, so right now what we're going to do is we're going to talk about screening and interviewing with the 13614C. Kara, you need to go up, bring it to the first part of it. Yeah. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. So it's pretty self-explanatory, but we're going to go over it. So in the first section here, you have, and you're going to view the person's ID. And I know that some of the we're saying is repetitious, but that's just how important it is. So you have the 13614C there, and you're going to ask them for their ID so that you can make sure that the person who has completed this form is actually that person. And you're going to review all of the documents that they have. As it states right here, they're giving you some examples, the W-2, 1099, 1098, all of those things, the Social Security documents, any gambling 1099 Gs that they may have, W-2 Gs that they may have, any interest statements, all of those things we need to gather to go along with this form for tax preparation. Okay, so that's the first thing. Then on number 2, if you see where they have the 2, you're going to put their name as it appears on their ID, on their Social Security card, because of course, we know that there's some people may be carrying around 2 or 3 Social Security cards. Some may not even have one, but we must have it. Okay, so you complete that. If it's a joint return, you know you need to do it for both. If it's a single or head of household, then you need to do that. You need to make certain that we have a good telephone number for them, because there have been many times we've tried to contact people after, and of course that was during COVID, or even now it can be, because there are some people who still, they got used to leaving their documents. And once they've prepared everything, then we need to make certain that we have a working number so that we can get back with them. Then in number 3, where it says, are you a U.S. citizen? Of course, we need to check that. We've got their mailing address, which is number 4. And then number 5, well, when you come on down to block 4, which is, they got 5 labeled, you're going to put their date of birth, the job title, and then you're going to answer what it's asked you in number 6. And then you need to know about A, the full-time student, and which person on there is a full-time student, because when you put it up in the system, you need to make certain that you check who the student actually is that you're preparing to give credit to on that return. If they're legally blind, they need to check that because we have no way of knowing. And then, of course, like I said, if it's a joint return, you put their information in as well. For number 10, very important, can anyone claim you or your spouse as a dependent? Past, we've had students come in or someone who, Karen, come back. You've had children who have gone out, 16, 17, 18, 19, whatever. They've gone out and they've got a job and they know they want to get a tax refund and they've looked at their W-2 and they want to get that money back. Most of the times they will get it back. But what it does for their parents, since they were so hasty in coming in or going in to get their tax return completed, then they did not speak with their parents about who's going to claim them. It didn't even faze them. So you ask them, they said, no, my mom not going to claim me. My dad not going to claim me. And so their return is prepared. They get their refund. And then when their parents come in trying to use that child who really didn't make a lot of money, really the only reason why they should have been filing a tax return anyway was more or less to recoup their monies that were withheld. Then is that parent's tax return to reject, and then they have to go through the proper procedures in order for us to get it corrected, so the return, so that they can get their money for that. Are there any questions on that so far?
Denise, let me just say, when you're dealing with the 18 to 24 year person, they come in and want to get their money, please make sure they get with their parents on their return, because we've had, like she said, rejects because they claimed themselves and the parents have claimed them also. So when you get a young person, you already know that you need to find out if the parents are claiming them.
And what I also have done at our site, I know that, I guess because of all that have happened, I've even asked some of the youngsters, I said, look, if you don't mind, can you get your parent on the phone, to try to circumvent this? And so that helps a lot of times. And when you talk to that parent and they know that they're the ones who've been claiming them, and based on the little $3,000 or $2,000 they made, and they trying to get it back, they $185, then we can go ahead on and have this fixed on the front end where that parent won't have that problem. Okay. All right. Now, number 11, where it's about the identity theft PIN, which we mentioned earlier, and we will continue to do so. That's another area that we've had a lot of rejects on, because the people tell you, no, I'm not, I wasn't a victim, but yet something had to have happened for them to get rejected, and it states that they need a PIN. So of course they can go onto the website, create an account, and they can obtain their PIN. But of course, that's something that they would have to do maybe on their phone, if they can do that, or maybe go home and come back to get that PIN. And this would be after we've prepared the return, more or less, if they didn't have their PIN with them. But for people who have gone through this procedure and process before, they come prepared with CP notice with their 6-digit PIN number, because every year it changes. And so that way, when they check yes, when the return is prepared, we have that document, we can put that on the appropriate line of that tax return. When it's reviewed by the quality reviewer, then again, this is an item that I out that they need to make certain that we put the right numbers in there. Questions?
No, but I've seen them where they had yes and we just overlooked it.
Well, that's true. We like we've said, errors are made. We try to we have 2 sets of eyes, and sometimes 2 sets of eyes get tired and we miss it. Okay, so number 12 says provide an email address, and of course that's optional. Okay, so then we go on down to the next part of the form. Okay, so this is part 2, the marital status. And of course here, they've got some different things this year. Of course, when people have not been married or people have been married and now they're single, they are confused. They don't know what to do. So you have to explain to them that according to IRS, you may have been married and now you're single, and you say, well, how long ago was it that you were divorced? Oh, I left that joker 19 years ago. When IRS site, you are single. So then you would be never married, even though it don't necessarily fit what you're saying. And I've been asking them about changing this, but anyway, you're going to use never married for that particular person. Okay, so then we have married, and here you have two things here. The first one says, if yes, did you get married in 2023? So whatever that answer would be, you would check the appropriate box. The next question says, did you live with your spouse during any part of the last 6 months? Again, whichever applies, you check that. For a divorced, they ask you for the date of the final decree. For legally separated, they want to know that. And then for widow, you're going to put that. Of course, that's very important, the widow, because I think you have 2 years after death. If you have a person who qualifies you for a household to be able to get the better of the tax brackets. Okay, number 2 is another area that we have problems with, because if there is a person going back to a young person that we was talking about, 18 to 25, when they come in to prepare tax return, they live at home with their parents or whomever. They list everyone in that household. And you look at them, you say, but surely you don't support all these people. Oh, no. We just all in the household because that's what the form says. So we want the people that they are supporting, that they can qualify, that will qualify them to be able to claim them on their tax return. And so if they can claim them, of course, we want to know name and everything here, their date of birth, the relationship. We want to fill out all of that across there, so that prepare a correct return. And we want to see their social security cards so that we can make certain that we have their names and everything spelled correctly, because what ends up happening when you prepare a tax return, my last name is Williams. If the person that I'm claiming name is Johnson, well, when I go to put in that first name, it's going to automatically put Williams over there. And so you've got to go back and make certain that you put in Johnson, because that person is not a Williams or whatever the name may be. So you complete all of that. And of course, area 13 is the area that the certified volunteer prepares. Okay, Karen, hold up a minute. Hold up. Okay, so for back up to the marriages, of course, there's one an area that we didn't cover, and thank you, James, which is the head of household, which we get a lot of people who file head of household because they have children and or relatives that they taking care of that qualify them where they can claim them. And so up there in the number 8, what's highlighted there for the marital statuses, then there would be head of household. So on your form, most of us usually put HOH, which is head of household. And that would cover the marital status there for the people that they've got listed down in number 9, which could also include a parent or what have you. Any questions on that area thus far?
The only thing, Denise, is married, filing separate. If they check the box saying that they stayed with that person, that will make a difference in their taxes, if they stayed or if they didn't stay.
Correct. But that would be what the tax preparer would see. And of course, as we've stated earlier, some of us play all the roles because we are not staffed by which we can have a greeter, a screen, or whatever. So we have to do it all. And then you want to make sure if they do say married filing separate, that we have their social security number for that person, because that's another area that people have tried to guess numbers and you end up getting a reject. And if they can't locate the number, they have to mail those tax returns in. Yes, ma'am. Scroll down for me, please. Up to the next area. Okay. So in this section, we've talked about that on this form, you want to make sure that all areas are checked appropriately. So let's look at number 1. Number 1 here says wages or salary, form W-2. Okay, so if you're waiting on a person and they did not have a job, then of course that answer is going to be no. However, there are some people who've been confused and they're looking at wages or salary and they got a 1099 hour and they put yes. And as you're continuously talking to them and you see what they have, then you have to get them to change that to a no, because that's not where the 1099 hour, which is the retirement, goes. Okay, so the next one is tip. Of course, you're going to check the appropriate box. The same thing for scholarships. Go on down. The interest and dividends, they should have a statement there for you to see any 1099 IN, 1099 DIV, refund of state or local income taxes, which would be a 1099-G. You should have that. And the alimony income or separate maintenance payments. Okay, so that's why I stated earlier that you don't have to try to remember this, just know where to go, because it used to be that alimony payments, regardless, were taxable. Now there's a stipulation in the 4012 and other books that tells you it depends on when they got the divorce or when it became effective. That way you'll know whether or not to include that with their income.
Denise,
Yes.
back up to number 5, refund of state, local income taxes. People that do not file Schedule A don't have to put that on their return. A lot of times people get confused with what it is, but if they not filing Schedule A, then they just have it for informational type stuff.
Okay. Any questions? Okay, and then we go on down. Okay, self-employment. We know we've got the 1099 miscellaneous form, and we've got NEC, and those documents have that at the bottom of them, so you know what you need to do when you prepare that return. But of course, right now we're just screening, and we want to make sure that everything is checked correctly. So if they've got those documents, of course, you're going to check yes, and if they don't, you're going to check no. And then as you go on down, where they're talking about the cash check, digital assets, or the property service and work performed, not reported on Form W-2 or 1099, you're going to check whichever answer is correct for that. As well as number 9, the income or loss from the state of exchange of stocks. You know, we have a 1099-S, B, documents, so you check which one is appropriate for that. The disability income, you do the same thing for that. And then the retirement income, which I touched on a few minutes ago, you're going to check the right answer for that. The unemployment compensation, make sure that we check the correct one for that, because there are people who's thinking that unemployment, even today, they're thinking that it's not taxable, but it is. And of course, we need the Social Security, number 13. We need that document for them. Matter of fact, this is one of the documents that if a person does not have their Social Security card, that we can use to continue on with the process of preparing their tax returns. And I also want to point out here that Social Security document, as Karen stated about one of her clients, there are several people that have taxes taken out. So you want to always review that Social Security document for the area.
You stopped again. I can't hear.
So that you can make sure that they get credit for that on their return.
Denise, you went in and I
I
mean,
know it. I know it. I know it. I told you I'm having a problem trying to work with it. So the Social Security document is what I was making reference to. And I was stating that you want to make sure that if they have withholdings deducted, that you may want to, as a screener, maybe highlight it or so that it can be included on that tax return, because that too is something that has been missed in the past when a tax return has been prepared. Okay, so then you've got number 4, the income from rental property. If that applies, you want to make sure you check that. The whole gist of this is that there should not be any unsure. If they're unsure about anything that's here, you want to have a discussion with them so that after that discussion, the answer can be either yes or no. And that's what would be marked when it's passed on for a preparer to prepare the return.
Denise, I just want that 1099 cape up in number 7. People do get that, Uber drivers and beauticians and other people. They might want to not show you or write it down, but they do get those forms.
I have a question going back to the tip income at the top where it says 2, and it says if tip income is advanced. But you're saying if the tip income is noted on the W-2, do I check this yes or no? Because you were saying it's only if it's unreported that it's advanced.
The tip income has to be on there, but now this is what the form says. Of course, you know, it's the B's and the A's. That's for basic and advanced. So something, the tip income is on there, and you have to put it on the return. So that would be for an advanced person who's passed that certification to prepare their return.
So all tip income is an advanced.
Well, that's according to the document. Go ahead, Karen.
I just said yes, because it's got.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, because Okay.
So are you speaking of maybe tips that may not be on W-2? Because there are people who get tips and they wouldn't be on the W-2. It'd just be something that they maybe got a tip jar or something. I mean, I don't know. I've seen it. So is that what you're making reference to?
No, I thought earlier you had said if the tip income is unreported, then it's advanced. But if it's on their W-2, it's not advanced. If it's reported on their W-2 as a part of their income, it's not an advanced tax return.
Well, if it's reported as tip income, there's a place on the return for that tip income to go. And so according to this document, in compliance with this document, tip income as a whole is advanced.
And that was in the scope. this, when we went over the scope, that's what I said was on the test.
Okay, so say what you said was on the test. Say that again.
I have to go to the 4012 and
Oh,
show
okay.
you that part, which I'll do.
Okay, I'm just trying to be clear because I thought I heard you say.
Just think of it as tip income advance, regardless.
Okay, got it.
Period.
Okay,
All right.
that solves it.
No exceptions.
Okay.
Okay, so the last thing there in that area would be number 15, the other income, which would be the gambling, lottery, prizes, awards, jury duty, other things like that. So if they have those documents, or when you're talking to them, they have it, they need to provide you. We know that for the gambling, you're going to get a W-2G. For some prizes or awards, you may get another type of document. But regardless, we would, if it applies to them, we need to check yes, so that the preparer will be looking for that information to continue with that return. Okay, expenses. They're asking them, of course, it's about last year, their alimony is separate maintenance payments. If yes, do you have the recipient's social security number? And again, I make mention of this. All alimony is not taxable. It just depends on when it is that it became a part of your agreement or your arrangement. And so again, you want to go into your 4012, make sure that you follow what needs to be followed, so that if it needs to be reported, you report it. If not, then you don't have to be concerned about it. Contributions are repayments for retirement. Again, you're going to check the appropriate box that. For the college and post secondary education expense for anyone listed on that return, you want to check the correct box for that. And for number 4, the items that are listed there, you want to check applicable to them. Now here, this is part of what is known as the itemized deductions. And we touch on what the amount is given to each person based on their marital status. And so there are some people, they just have heard that you can bring this and bring that, your mortgage interest, your taxes, and all of that. But for the most part, what I've seen at the site that I am currently at, and some of the other sites, it seems like itemizing is a way of the past. It's not a whole lot of people who are able to itemize anymore. Any questions about that? Child or dependent care, of course, you've got children. It's a daycare center. They should provide you with information by which you will be able, or the preparer will be able to prepare the correct document so that they can get a credit for their daycare expenses. Karen, you leaving me? Okay. All right. Then for supplies and eligible educator expenses, we touched on that. It did not change from the previous year. If one person on here is a teacher, of course, they would get an educator, they would get $300. If both of them happen to be in education, then they would get $600. Number 7, expenses related to self-employment. Of course, here, as a self-employed individual, you are entitled to have deductions that will be placed on your Schedule C that can reduce the amount of taxes that they would owe. So here, if they're a self-employed person, you want to check yes, but you want to make certain, and this is what I do. You can't bring me a bag of receipts wanting me to prepare your return. We are already free. You have to do something yourself. You've got to outline it and have it together where we can see, because we don't have time. We got too many clients where we don't become your personal accountant by which we're sitting down adding up the information. So you let them know that they need to have it categorized and put together, and then let them know, these deductions as we go, as the preparer goes over them, you are responsible for this. If your return happens to be audited, this is on you. This is what you have. This is what we're going with, but it's definitely on you. But we're not going to add up any expenses that you have in order for us to allow you expenses against your income.
What about the tax preparers who bring in their phone that all their forms and stuff are on, they got copies, they don't have the physical copies, but it's all on their telephone. So they'll bring it up. Well, I got a picture of my W-2. So how do we just, once we interview them, just send them on to the tax preparer so the tax preparer can, so the preparer can take that information off their phone? Because there's no way that the sites can print that information off their phones, right?
Very good question. Love it. They're going to go to their nearest library if they do it at home and print their stuff. We can't do it. We're not going to do it because we have to have documents to go again when the return is being reviewed. We're not going to pass that telephone around to the preparer, then the preparer to the reviewer. No, we're not going to do that. We need to have an actual document, because when we prepare, as a preparer, when you prepare the tax return, you have a W-2, 1099, something of that nature, so that, let's just say you have a reject and it's on the employer number. Then if that was on that phone, we have no way of knowing how to correct that without them bringing the phone back. So we're not going to even entertain that at all.
Excuse me.
They will have to go to the library or somewhere where they can print off their information.
And that's one of the items that we discuss when they first come in, is that we're not taking information from telephones, and they need to go to the library.
Excuse me.
Yes.
What we have done in the previous years is we would print out a blank W-2, and then the screener will make sure that everything that is on the telephone is transferred to the paper. That's just an option.
Okay. I'm not going to tell you how to run your site, but at United Way, I'm not going to do that. And I'm looking at the fact that, and I'm looking at Karen's and them site. They have a whole lot of people, and so do you, Ms. Stokely. There's a lot of people there. We don't have time to go and print this off and do this and do that. They need to be prepared when they come in, and we need to stop them at the door and let them know what they need to do.
Because it does create an issue, because if you...
That's correct. I understand that part too. Sometimes we're not, but we have them already pre-printed and stacked up on the table from, Ms. Gwen can tell you exactly, but I know that the year of the filing season W-2s, we have a lot of people that just not incapable of, they're not computer literate, put it that way. And so,
Okay, so go ahead.
Doing discrepancy, I understand, when we're short-staffed and, we don't have that many volunteers, but, through our own discretion, we will do that, sometimes. Because a lot of people that we deal with are computer literate. So you can tell them to go to the library. I know some people can do it and just don't want to, but it doesn't really take much time for us, because they'll sit to the side and do it. And then the screener will make sure that everything matches that's on the telephone.
But see, that's a delay too for the screener, because once you got that person at the table and you going through the intake, the questionnaire here, then when you ask that person for their W-2 and you say, well, I got it on my phone, well, then you got to stop the process and give them that form. Well, fill this form out. So it's like, the person that you're waiting on, you got to send them back to the waiting area and say, well, you complete this, but if you're sitting here and I have to wait for you to fill out that form where you kind of holding up the process for the next person that we can just go ahead and expedite. And I understand, Denise, what you're saying too, because it's basically a slow process because I got you there. We want to make sure you got everything done and in order. So that way we can get next to the next taxpayer to get them ready. But then it's like, well, I got them done. I got to bring her back because she had to fill out this form and information right here. So that's why I was just asking if that's something that they're doing again, where we got to sit and wait for them to, instead of stopping them at the door saying you have to have your original W-2s. We don't have the forms where you have to sit and fill it out. But I know some sites do, like the lady mentioned before, does have where they fill out that generic W-2.
Denise, this is
Yes.
this is
Oh, excuse
Brenda.
me.
Isn't
Hey,
it
Okay, Brenda.
stated?
Okay, hold on. We can't all talk together. Okay, let me acknowledge Brenda, and then I'll come back to the
Okay,
next person.
isn't it part of the process when they ask for the Social Security card, picture ID, you must have a hard copy. And if you are filling out a blank W-2, you can transpose numbers or something. We never had that process as to complete a blank W-2. They must come in with a hard copy.
Okay, so I agree with you, Brenda. And what I'm going to say at this time, and then I'm gonna turn it over to Hunter or Matt, is that if they have it on their phone, just like they would show me, you, whoever, their phone, they can go to the library and show the librarian, because the people at the library, they're very helpful, and they can print it off at the library. Now,
that's what I'm saying.
Matt,
you have to have a hard copy.
Yeah, you got to have a hard copy. So Matt and or
have to
Hunter, what do you have to
or
say
is
about
it-
this?
Is it the site coordinator's discretion?
Okay, wait a minute. Okay. Oh, okay, wait a minute. Joanne, what you saying?
I just have a question on
You muted yourself. I think you're on two
I
devices.
got two
Yeah, you got two
computers.
devices.
On the form W-2 where it say it's this handwritten W-2, wouldn't that cause a problem?
Well, it could. That's why I'm asking Hunter to step in.
Okay.
Well, as far as I'm aware, we don't have like a standardized policy for whether or not we do it on phones. I think it's one of those things that's really up to the discretion of the site coordinator, because a lot of it can depend on variables like how busy your site is, like that day. Like, you know, if it's like an empty day and you've got no one coming in and you have the time to like work with someone or like help them print off something off of their phone, then I don't want to say, you know, we need to set a standardized policy against doing that. But at the same time, if y'all are slammed, you know, then and you know the site coordinator makes a decision, we don't have time for this, they need to go to the library, then I think that's totally reasonable as well. So I really think it's one of those things that like should just be up to the discretion of the site coordinator given the time that it happens at the site, what the situation.
Okay, so you heard it, because see, here's the thing that I'm thinking about. And you know, word of mouth always get around. Well, we came last week and they bring somebody else with them. So now you fool. You got a lot of people in there. We came last week and you did this and you did that. So like you said, site coordinators, we're not gonna do it at 10:05. Everybody else do whichever way you want to do to provide services to the people. But I don't want to start anything that I can't keep up to the. And
But
we do get
Denise-
busy. We only a 2-man operation. And so Karen over at United Way, you go along with what Brenda say, Joanne say, then you know you establish that. Everybody
It's
else.
not just it's not just the W-2s. It's other forms too. The education thing that be on their phone also.
Right.
Okay,
right.
wasn't it
All the
printed?
forms.
Denise, wasn't it printed on what you need to come to get your taxes prepared? At the bottom of that flyer, it said hard copies.
Correct.
Okay, so why would we go in and write something up when it's stating from the beginning, this is a standardized procedure that we must have a hard copy?
Well, I think Felicia was just sharing what she is doing at their site. Hunter has already said if that's what you so desire to do, then you do that. But as I've stated
I
at 10:05,
understand
I'm
that.
not gonna do
I
that.
understand that, but if it's printed hard copy, we're deviating from that. And that's a lot of problems now, where every site is doing their own thing instead of being consistent in the process.
And I agree with, here's our problem. People don't read. Oh, I didn't see that. You pointed out to them. Oh, I didn't see that.
Can I say this real quick? We
can.
need to make this thing as simple as possible. We do not need to be adding additional chores for ourselves because that turns volunteers off. You do not want to just keep on going through the same thing over and over again. We need to make it as simple as possible.
Because after all, it's free.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's why when they first get there, that's why we tell them that we don't take anything on the phone. So they can turn around again and go get their information.
Exactly.
Can I say something? This is Gwen Walker. I had my hand
Okay,
raised. As far as those documents go, you guys, we also have to take into consideration we have a lot of elderly people. We've got a lot of, like you said, these young people and low income people. If they don't have the hard copy and they have them on their telephones, all we've done is, I'm a mobile too, for those that don't know, I'm a mobile site. So we have and a lot of times there's just two of us. 99% of the time there's just two of us. So there are going to be times when we have a line where we may have 20 people waiting to get their taxes done. So I also want to say that if you don't have your hard copy documents available when you come to me, because I'm screening you and I'm processing your return, I'm going to direct you to a printer in the library. It's going to cost you 50 cents, 20 cents or whatever. Print your document off. You have to get back in the line, go back through the cycle. I'm not holding your spot, but I'm not going to send you away just because you don't have your hard copy. Same thing goes for your health form. Call, give you 1-800 number. You can step out the line, get that information. You go back in the line and we process you back through as though you had just come in. And that way everybody's happy. United Way still gives the persona of us being helpful to these people, because 90% of the people, if they don't come with their documents, it's not because they don't want them. They just didn't know they needed to have them. And I don't want a lot of people riding a bus and walking. I'm not going to send you home when it's something I could have taken 5 minutes and directed you to get a printout or to print it out and do it. I'm not doing that. I'm just going to tell you that's a hardcore stance. I'm through. Thank you.
Well,
Okay, so Gwen, you're at a library. Where you at, Raleigh?
Nope, I'm a mobile, so I go to all the libraries. When we go to Whitehaven,
okay.
Yeah, Whitehaven, I promise you, we have 20 to 25 people, and it's just two of us. So we rocking and rolling at the library.
Well, like I said, I've been mobile, so I understand that part. But most of the times I went to the library, so they still are in a space by which they can move over and get copies. So we're talking about for people who are coming to areas where they don't have access to get it printed.
Well, I just want to say this too. I'm gonna jump on with Miss Stuckey. Most of the sites that I go to and I help out, because the mobiles will go help out, they have hard copy blank W-2s there, and we just give them. If I'm screening, I just get them the W-2. I don't fill it out, because if a number's transposed or something's incorrect, that's on you. I'd give you that blank form, tell you to fill it out, get back in the line, come back through the process, and everybody's happy.
Absolutely. Thank you. That's
Yeah,
just the
what
way.
she's saying is correct, but
No problem.
yeah, if you can do that. But we talking about small sites that don't have that type of access. Like where I am, we don't have that type of access. There's no printers that you can go print something off. There is nothing. So in that particular case, then you have to tell the people that because you can't stop the flow.
Right. I understand what you're saying, but I know that I'm gonna have probably in a week's time, probably 5 or 6 people that don't have a hard copy W-2. So I carry a folder with some of the documents that I know people are going to need blank. Because we've got a printer, we've got to print the returns. I just go onto the site, print them off when I have downtime, because everybody has downtime, even Southland, to print the blank documents off. Again, I hand it to you. It's up to you to complete it. You give it to me. If it's not accurate, that's on you. If you don't want to complete it, that's on you. But at least I've given you that option. And then again, you have to get back in the line. Now again, I'm a mobile user. I'm a mobile site, and I don't have the luxury of a screener. I don't have the luxury of someone to review it. I have to do it all with my clients. So I just try to help them if I can. If we're too busy, then that we can't do it.
Okay, so we have different responses. They're all great answers, and I think we're going to end up doing what works for you and your site.
I think that's best. I really do think it's situational, just because like I definitely understand not all the sites, like y'all have said, have the luxury of being able to disrupt the flow like that and take the extra time to help someone like that. So I don't think it's in everyone's best interest to standardize that we go that extra step, because like y'all said, not all the sites have the capacity or the luxury to do that. But on the flip side of it, I've been in a situation where I've been at a tax site and it's been a slow day. Someone comes in and they've got a single W-2 that's on their phone, and we've got no one else in there. And for me, I'm just trying to help that individual, and I have the capacity to do that in that situation. So in that case, I think what I did that worked out most easiest for me, again, this is because it was a slow day with not a lot of people waiting in line and we had the capacity to do this. I just had that individual just pull up that W-2 on the computer and print it out, and then get a physical copy right there. But again, that's me being out of site on a slow day with low traffic, one that has a printer where I have the time to allow a taxpayer to do that. But so like all that's to come back to say, I think it's kind of situational. If you don't feel like you are in a spot where you can do that without disrupting the flow of your tax site, don't feel the need to send them to the library, tell them to bring a physical copy back. But if you are in a situation where you have the time to be able to figure out a solution with the taxpayer, I don't want to, not have anyone feel like they can't do that and they can't go that extra step because we've made a policy where they can't. I really think it's situational, but don't feel pressure to do it one way or the other. Do what works for you at the given moment.
Okay, so we're going to move on. Okay, so the last thing there says student loan interest. Again, that would be a 1098E. And if they have it, you will check the appropriate box for that. Any other questions concerning those areas? Okay, and so here, this is the next section, which is life events that happened to you or your spouse last year. And it's asking you about the health savings account. And here it tells you what forms to look for. If they have them, you check yes. If not, you check no. It asks you about the credit card, student loan. I don't know why they keep saying credit card, because that's no longer allowable. But anyway, student loan, mortgage debt cancellation. Oh, I'm sorry, student loan, credit cards. Okay, I'm back. So here, like I was stating, we're talking about the cancellation of debt. And of course, they're going to get a 1099-C, 1099-A. And if they have those documents, you would check the appropriate box. If they adopted a child, again, whatever applies. And if you have earned income credit, tax credit, or American Opportunity that was disallowed in the prior year, you're going to, and it says, if yes, which year? So you check that. Purchased and installed energy efficient home items. We covered that earlier. If that is applicable, you check that. Receive the first time home buyer credit. This has been an area that we've had some rejects on because people claim that they can't remember, and then it ends up rejecting, but you ask them again, we have to take their answer. If they made estimated tax payments, then you want to check that and perhaps have some type of proof that it was done, so the preparer could place the answers where they need to be in the return. File a federal return last year that had a carry over, and of course they can only claim $3,000 from one year to the other if they had that, and they should be able to answer that for you so that you answer that so that you can have the right answer there. And then lastly, what we've touched on is the marketplace, that 1095A. So they should have that document. They're going to answer you. They're going to make sure that you make sure there's an answer there, and hopefully it is the right answer so that the return can be prepared correctly. Do we have any questions concerning that section? Okay. If not, okay, Karen, what's the top of that one? Okay, so this is a 13614C that you either would be reviewing as a screener or as a preparer so that you can prepare the correct answers to it. Then on page 3, we have the additional information and questions that's related to the preparation of the return. So you're going to go through all of these here where it's asking you about written communication from the IRS. You're going to check that appropriate. They would check the appropriate box. The same thing for the presidential election campaign. If you do a refund, very important here, because if they want their monies to be deposited into their checking account, then they would need to have not only the checking account number, but they would need to have the routing number. So you want to have that information so that we ask them a lot of times if they don't have a blank check with them. Some of them go on their phone and they write it in the blank section of this form so that the preparer would have this information. You also ask them if they have a balance due, what would they want to do? So there's some people who have it taken out of their bank account, and again, they prepare you or they provide you with the document information, the banking account, and the routing number. If they're not wanting to pay at this time, of course, they would say no to that. And you're asking them next if they lived in an area that was declared a federal disaster area. You answer, they would answer the appropriate one. But according, like I said, everything here as we go through it or as they go through it, you want to have answers to it. Number 6 is the questions that you have to answer one way or the other, because it wouldn't allow you to go forward with completing the tax return. Any questions? Okay, so that's it for that particular part of the agenda, which was the screening and interviewing 13614C. So now the next thing is the filing status, which is B12. Carries the same. Okay, so here we're not going to go through this decision tree, but I want you to see that it's in your 4012, which is your resource guide. And on this particular one here, it says, were you married on the last day of the year? So if they said no, then it tells you, it asks you, did your spouse die during the year? If they say yes, it tells you what happened. If you were married on last day of 2023, it tells you what to do. So you follow the tree so that when you're preparing the return, you can check the appropriate filing status for the return that you are preparing. Again, as we stated, if they're separate, married filing separate, and they don't have the Social Security number, I know that in the past we've had where you would you could put in a dummy number, which was 111-00111, but that return could not be electronically filed. They would have to mail that return in. So it would be in their best interest if they could obtain the correct Social Security number so that that return could be electronically filed. So as I stated, this is the tree to help you determine the filing status for whichever return that you're going to be completing. Do you have any questions? Okay. The next part is on the agenda is exemptions. Of course, you know, they've done away with the exemption amount many years, and we still don't have an exemption deduction for them. And then income. Income is D1. I think Karen sort of touched that a little bit, but I want you to know exactly where you would need to go to look for the income. Okay, so here's our income quick reference, and it tells you, gives you an example of the taxable income. And as you see, it talking about the wages, the alimony, and it says for divorce before 2019, and see how and where to enter income later. So that's here to let you know whether or not that income is going to be taxable or not. You've got the annuities, the awards, all things like that, the dividends, employee awards, all things of that sort, farm income, pensions, lottery winnings, all of those things are here for you to see what are taxable income. Unemployment, a lot of things here, the Social Security benefits, of course, in themselves, they are not taxable if that's the only income that they have. However, if they've got Social Security, maybe they work in another job, they got pension, then perhaps part of that will become taxable, and the software calculates that for you. And some people will say, well, it's not taxable. And I point out to them that the tax return has a line for that amount. And so when the return is completed, it will determine how much of that Social Security, as well as everything else, is taxed. Like we've talked about the pension, all of it may not be taxable for the 2023 year.
And then
so
it's going to that $64,000 income limit.
Mm-hmm.
The Social Security sometime will take the person over the 64,000.
Correct. And as she asked earlier, if it's 65, then we usually don't prepare those returns in compliance with what United Way has requested. So that's the taxable income. Okay, scroll down for me, please, ma'am. Okay, and then this is the non-taxable income. Of course, here it starts off with child support, civil damages, death payments, gifts, those type things. So these are, again, in your 4012, where you can go to them and look and see what is non-taxable income. Any questions? Okay, so do we want, Karen, you want to break now? You want me to finish it? Because adjustments may be a little lengthy and take us over. It's 12:50.
Oh, I was talking and I was muted.
I knew you was doing something. Okay.
Let me show them something that I forgot to show them when we were talking.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to Lincoln Learn. and to the tax software. Crane Pro Web. I should have gone in the real
Software.
but I just thought about it. Okay, so over to the left, when you go to the blog, this is what you need to read really before you even start doing a tax return, because on here it tells you a lot about what some of the problems are. And if you go up here, you'll see what's new. You'll see, and see, this is what I was going to bring up. TaxSlayer Pro Online available carry forward items. They have added all of this for this year. So you can see if that person used any of these items, it's going to be carried forward to their return, which is a big help. All of this. Okay, if you go down here and you want to start getting information from TaxSlayer as far as what changes have been made, all you have to do is put your email address in here and say sign me up, and you'll start getting changes and corrections that they've done for the software. It talks about that. The IRS alerts, it talks about that, the problem with the practice lab. E-file, it talks about that. States, it talks about that. Release notes, it talks about that. And over to the right, you can still read the same thing and call it up. And this was just something that I forgot to bring up. Another way of knowing what's going, another way of knowing what's going on with got what I do? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Are you trying to show something?
What happened to my screen?
Baby, I'm glad I'm not the only somebody having a problem.
Oh, okay. I need to
come back.
I need to stop. That's what I was looking for. Stop sharing.
Stop sharing.
Leave. Oh, I left the thing. No, cancel. Okay. I'm throwing it back to you, Denise. Unless somebody had questions.
Okay, I needed you to go back to the, I'm gonna go ahead on to wrap up. The adjustments to income, which is E1 in the 4 to 12.
Ooh, wee. You said E1?
E1. Okay, so these are some of the adjustments. I'm just going to highlight it. On the 13614C, there's an area where they had expenses and other things that happened to them or for them for the 2023 year. So some of those adjustments are here where they're telling you about the medical savings account, the educator expense, the 8889, the 3903, contributions for qualified plans and self-employed health insurances. Okay, so number one, automatically they tell you that that's out of scope. So like I said, the whole thing is that you want to make sure that you know where to go. And so that's part of the adjustments to income. Then the next part of it, okay, you got penalty on early withdrawal of savings, the alimony paid. Again, depending on when the alimony agreement happened, the IRA deduction, non-deductible IRAs, student loan interest deduction, and then other adjustments. These are other adjustments to income that can reduce the amount of taxes that one will end up owing. Okay, keep on going. Okay, the employee business expenses, we talked about that. Again, they would have to have the information in order for us to do this. And here is telling you exactly what to do when you prepare a 2106, asking you for those amounts. And of course, they would have to have those amounts in order for us to go forward with completing this document. Keep going. The moving expenses, these usually apply to active military only. So a lot of us won't have that. But again, we know that you're knowing where to go for this. If you took the military test, it's here. The educator expense, we talked about that, which is the $300. There is no change for that. The self-employment health insurance deduction, you got that here. Then the health savings account, got this information here, and they're going to provide documents for you. That 8889 is the form that you would complete for the health savings. And then the IRA deduction, you've got that. Again, they would have documents to help you with that. The student loan interest, they're telling you no more than $2,500. And so those are the adjustments to income. Stop, Karen. Are there any other questions in reference to the training topics of the 13614C, the filing status, the income, or the adjustments to income? If not, that person who said 1 o'clock, here we are. So we finna break for how long, Karen? Because you're up next after lunch.
What, 30 minutes, 45, what?
45 is good.
So 1:45?
1:45, be back and ready to roll, y'all. Thank you.
Have it blank, 32's filling them out.
Well, I guess they're trying to help.
Brenda, mute yourself. I hear you.
Can everybody?
Okay. Echoing.
Can you hear me now?
You still echoing. I don't know what's up.
I don't either. Okay, so. Oh, shoot. Let me get out of here. Stop sharing. You still doing it? Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
I hear you now.
Is it echoing?
It's not echoing anymore.
Okay, let me go back to share screen. Hello?
You good?
Hello?
You
Okay.
good?
Okay. We're gonna go on and get started. this session, we will be talking about credit for child and dependent care expenses, education credit, child tax credit, earned income credit, payments, and refunds. But before I get started, does anybody have any questions to what we've gone over so far? Denise will answer.
Okay. There hasn't been any response, so continue, madam.
Okay. Refundable and non-refundable credit. I know everybody know the difference, right? One is a refund, one is a non-refund. One, you're gonna pay your tax down, and one you're gonna pay your tax down and have some money left to get a refund, right?
Right.
Okay. So dependent and child tax credit, what is it? It's a credit that people use for the parents to go to work and be able to work while that person is either in child care, or it could be an older person also. So this is child and dependent care credit. Now, I see that you're looking at the age there. Under age 13, so that's 12 on down, not 13, but 12 on down. Can someone tell me the difference between child tax credit and dependent and child care credit? What the age difference is? The 2441 versus the 8812. Hello?
You said the difference already.
No, I did not.
The child, the qualifying, for the dependent, let's see, I'm trying to say the right words. 2441 is 12 and under, and
I didn't talk about the other one.
okay.
So, but I'm asking, what's the age difference on the other one? On the child tax credit.
The child.
Child tax credit is under 17. 17 and under 17.
So that'll be 16 and under.
Yes.
So the difference is 12 and 16. That's all I was trying to get you all to see, but it is a difference in the age. Okay, going back to the child and dependent care credit. The spouse who is incapable of self-care, of the dependent who is incapable of self-care, or a qualifying child under the age of 13. This is a non-refundable credit. So all you can do is wipe out the tax. This is the eligibility, and I'm sure everybody has used the 2441 before, right? They've used all of these schedules, the education credit, the child tax credit, and earned income credit. I'm just kind of pointing out some highlights. Earned income test, wages, salaries, tips. This is the earned income that they have to make. Work-related. Expenses are considered work-related only if both of the following are true. The expenses allow the taxpayer to work or look for work, and the expenses are for a qualifying person's care and to provide for that person's well-being and protection. And these are examples of work-related expenses. What expenses do not qualify? Education expenses to attend kindergarten or a higher grade, the cost of sending a child to an overnight camp, cost of transportation not provided by a care provider. So those people that go before and after care, they can. But if they kindergarten to a higher grade, they can't. We don't get into household employees. And I haven't really seen anyone making payments to a relative, but if they do, they will qualify. They have to have an employee identification number. A lot of times they have a letter that they bring in with their other documents. Any questions on that? Everybody mute their phones. I mean their computers. Everybody mute their computers. Okay, this is a summary. The credit is a non-refundable credit, which means you just wipe out the tax. If the tax is already wiped out, it's no sense in going through the form. So you know if they got zero tax and they try to add this to their return, it's no need. The maximum amount are $3,000 for one person and $6,000 for two or more. The $6,000 limit does not need to be divided equally among them because it can be, together $6,000. The maximum is 35%. And these are the tests that they must be satisfied. What is out of scope? Taxpayers who need assistance in determining if employment taxes are owed. See, that's what I'm saying. I haven't seen any household employees. Education credit is the 8863 for the education credit. This is a refundable credit. It tells you who can take it. It cannot be claimed as a dependent on someone else's return. They are not filing as married filing separate. Their adjusted gross income is below the limitation, and they were not non-resident aliens for any part of the year. And it goes to tell you what are the qualifying expenses. What expenses do not qualify? Rent and board, insurance. These are the ones. I really haven't had a whole lot of problems with education expense other than the child coming in and trying to claim it, and the parent has already claimed that person as a dependent and got it. Anybody else have any problems with that? The American Opportunity Tax Credit, that's one. And the Lifetime Learning Credit is the other one. And it is a difference between the two. One is after you graduate from high school and you go into college for 4 years. The other one is you can take courses, graduate courses or doctorate or whatever. That's the big difference. And there's also a difference in the percent that you get for the credit. The 4012 will have a table that shows the difference between the two. Okay. These are the two, again, the American Opportunity and the Lifetime. %40 of the American Opportunity is refundable up to $1,000. Taxpayers can claim the American Opportunity Credit for up to 4 years. And it goes, which you've probably already had this information and have completed these returns with this on it. What situations are out of scope? Taxpayers who must repay part or all of an education credit claimed in a prior year, or taxpayers who are subject to the kiddie tax on their taxable scholarships or grants. Any questions? child tax credit. This is a refundable credit. And like I say, 2 years ago, they were giving it all the way up to 21, but you had to qualify. And then they took it out. So it's back to 16 and under. 2,000 a person and 1,600 for the refundable part, the additional part. These are the rules, the eligibility, and the amount of the credit. And everybody knows about the earned income credit, I'm sure. Let me go back to the 4012. Here's where you can find the information for the child independent care. And this is the child tax credit. Okay, any questions? Again, this is the chart on the earned income credit. This is the earned income that's included. This is the earned income that is not included. These are some of the errors: claiming a child who doesn't meet the residency and relationship requirements, married taxpayers incorrectly filing as a single or head of household, incorrectly reporting income, particularly income and expenses from self-employment, incorrect social security numbers, and not claiming a qualifying child because the child is not a dependent, a full-time student under age 24 who supported themselves. Support is not a test for earned income credit. This is the chart that you can go on to. So all these credits, I'm sure everybody has had some dealings with, and I just want to touch bases. Everything has gone up from year to year. Any questions? Any questions on TaxSlayer? Payments and refunds. If the taxpayer is going to get an overpayment, he will have given you a copy of the check or given you the routing and account number of that where he wants that money to be deposited. So any questions on any of this? Okay.
No questions.
Uh-huh. Oh, you said no question.
No question.
Oh, I'm waiting. Okay. Okay, well, we're gonna go on to taxpayer requirements. Hunter,
Thank you.
let me get out. Let me get out of here.
Okay.
Okay.
For taxpayer requirements, pretty straightforward. I guess we could look at the 4299 a little bit. Pull that up. All right. So for taxpayer requirements, these are the things that we want to communicate to the taxpayer, at the site and before, if possible, to let them know that, these are the things we need from them in order to complete the return. So the first one being a picture ID for a taxpayer and also a spouse if they're married, if they're filing together. Um, Here we go. Okay, yeah. So the IRS tax law certified volunteers preparing tax returns must confirm the identity of each taxpayer signing the tax return to prevent identity theft and tax fraud. So basically, rule of thumb is it needs to be a photo ID, like a government issued photo ID. Most commonly, that's going to be a driver's license, but it could be an employee ID, a school ID, a state ID, military ID, a national ID, a visa, or a passport. Volunteers must use their best judgment, make sure, like we talked about earlier, that the ID is, the same person that's sitting there right in front of you. So that's the first thing we check. We have to have photo ID, and it's got to be like they've got to have it on them for us to be able to move forward with completing the return. Another big piece that we're going to need to see, not only from the taxpayer and potential spouse, we need to see social security cards or I-10s, and we need that for everyone listed on the return. So if they're claiming any dependents, whether they're qualifying child, qualifying relative, whatever, any name on that tax return, we're going to need a social security card or an I-10 for. That's a big one. When we're checking those, make sure that the name entered on the tax return matches exactly what is on the social security card. I know sometimes there'll be some deviation between, what they put on the II form, what's on the driver's license, and what is on their social security card. We just, as a reminder, we go by what's on the social security card. Sometimes, there'll be names on social security card that are like more than like 2 or 3 words. Make sure if that's the case to, do your best to make it fit whatever is going to be in the IRS database. A lot of times when I have situations like that, I'll just talk to the taxpayer and I'll be like, so, what's your like legal surname in the situation, or have you filed before? How have you previously filed your taxes? Just to make sure, we get their first and last name correct, even if that's more than 1 word in either of those boxes.
Quick question with the ID, when every year that they come in, the taxpayer, do we have to, I know physically see it, but are we required to make a photocopy? I mean, like scan their ID or anything like that, or just physically see it and like so and so, we got it. We don't have to make a copy of it. Is that correct?
So I would say the IRS rule, as much as I understand it, is just that we have to see it. But if your site coordinator operates their site in a way where they do scan ID documents and keep in the packet, then you want to make sure that you're, abiding by those rules as well. So that's the rule as far as I understand it. The IRS only dictates that we see it. But if your site coordinator has a system where we scan it and scanned IDs part of the packet that we retain, then make sure you're doing that as well.
That quality reviewer, Hunter, will also need to see that original social ID.
That's right. Yeah. So you can just let taxpayers know, like, thank you for showing me these, but you can go ahead and leave them out. If they pulled them out of like their wallet or something, keep them out because the second person will need to take a look at those as well. So those are the 2 big ones for checking identification, are the picture ID and the social security card or I-10. The next thing, we're going to look at resource documents, and those are things most commonly like W-2s, 1099s. That can be 1099, like all the 1099s. What's that? Like IVs, INTs, they're like G, no, can't think of for the life of me, but all the ones that we see, they need to have those, like we talked before, up to the site coordinator's discretion. Maybe they can have them on their phone depending on the circumstance, but ideally, and at some sites, mandatory, like they need to have those physical copies as much as possible because that's the easiest way for us to do it and do it quickly. So let them know that they need to bring those. If they don't have one, tell them, well, you're going to need to bring that. Either today or at another time. Like we are going to need those documents if they've been issued to you or you're anticipating that one's in the mail. Like we will need full amount of all the official tax forms that you've received for that filing season, W-2s, 1099s. We'll need those to complete the return. The next big thing for taxpayers, one thing that we always need to be sure to ask of, because there's a lot of miscommunication or lack of understanding about it, is the 1095-A. That's for the Affordable Care Act, as we've talked about before. A lot of taxpayers aren't familiar with the Affordable Care Act or the marketplace. But I honestly just say Obamacare. Like that's kind of its unofficial name, I guess. Like that they're more familiar with that, and just ask, if they're on that. If they're not sure, if they're not really familiar with like the concept, you can ask some more questions. Say like, well, do you have health care? Did it come through like some kind of government subsidized plan? Like sign up for it on this website. And if they say yes, then we need to have that 1095-A. The tax return will get rejected if, they're on a marketplace plan, but we don't have that 1095-A. So yeah, and if they don't have it, I know we talked about like a lot of the other sites, they can call that number. Actually, let me get that number real quick and I can share that with y'all. I don't know it off the top of my head. But marketplace people are usually pretty helpful. I've talked to them on the phone for taxpayers plenty of times. And like we've talked about, they can provide all the information needed to replicate that form. So, if a taxpayer needs one of those, like they can either log on to their website and get it digitally, but most of the times they don't have an account, so they'll just need to call them on the phone. They have a blank 1095-A and just fill one out or get that information because we'll need that.
Hunter, Denise, let me give them the 1-800 number for the marketplace if you don't mind.
Yeah, thank you. I was looking. Okay, thank you so much.
I know. 1-800-318-2596. Again, it's 1-800-318-2596.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a great number to have. And like I said, they're pretty helpful. They're usually pretty good when I've called them. So yeah, the 1095-A, sometimes that's something we'll have to ask some questions to get to the bottom of whether they have one or not. Kind of similarly, one thing we might have to ask about is the IRS issued identity theft PIN number or an IP PIN. That's something that, if a taxpayer has been a victim of fraud or, identity theft in the past, they might have been issued an IP PIN by the IRS that they would have gotten in the mail. Usually those come annually. They'll change usually each year, and they'll receive that in the mail. And we will need the one for that tax year to electronically file their return. If they don't have one, or if they believe they should have been issued one, or they are aware that they've been issued one, but they don't have it on them, we do need that to electronically file it. Some potential options, there's information about how they can retrieve their IP PIN or how they can request a new one. That's in, I believe, the Pub 4012. And also, last case scenario, if they need to file right then and there and they don't have one, they can paper file. We discourage paper filing just because it takes a while, and the IRS has asked us to kind of move everything to electronic. But if it's a particular situation where they know they have an IP PIN, they don't have it, they don't anticipate being able to get it, and they need a return that they can file right now, they can paper file without an IP PIN. But the main thing is just that, we're checking that box in that intake interview form. We're asking the questions because, we don't want to get a lot of rejections. And that's something that if they have an IP PIN and it's not on that return and we send it in without it, it's just going to get bounced back to us immediately before we can even, if there's anything else wrong on the return, then it's going to get rejected again because it's just going to get immediately bounced back for missing that IP PIN. And, the last thing really, one thing to talk about, rideshare has become pretty big in past, however many years. Uber, Lyft, Grubhub, DoorDash, all those different options, those come with income, but they also come with list of expenses. You know, so like Schedule Ks, we'll see some of those for people that are doing rideshare. Those will all go, you know, they'll make a Schedule C in the return when they're calculating that. But one thing we do want taxpayers to do is, you know, to already come to the site with that already totaled. Like we've mentioned earlier, you know, we are not, we're a free volunteer service here to prepare their tax returns. We are not, you know, here to look at their receipts over the past few years. Like, you know, they should already have their income expenses, their income totaled for the forms, and they should already have all their expenses totaled. A lot of the times with the bigger rideshare programs, they can just log into their app or on their portal, and it'll give them a list of like pretty much all of their expenses except anything they may have paid out of pocket for, including business mileage, which is really helpful because that saves us a lot of time from having to calculate that. So most of the time, you know, they'll have that either on a form or on their phone or an app or something where they can kind of have those expenses ready to go, already totaled. But we do want taxpayers to go ahead and bring those because, you know, we're not here to balance, you know, their receipts for the past. Anything else about rideshare I need to talk about? Does anyone know what the business expense limit for VITA is this year? Did that change? I can look that up. If not, I don't know it off the top of my head.
Was 35,000.
35,000? Okay, then, you know, it's unlikely that we'll see that at a VITA site, but, you know, if they come in with, you know, high numbers of rideshare income countered by, you know, thousands and thousands of dollars of expenses, then, you know, be analytical about that because there's a good chance it'd be out of scope for VITA, but that's not something that, you know, we typically see. But really, you know, in terms of what we expect the taxpayer to bring, those are the main things: the 2 forms of identification, the picture ID and the social security cards, all the tax documents, including the ones, you know, they might not be aware of that we need to ask about, like the 1095A or the IP PIN. And then just, you know, if they're going to come with a lot of business expenses for a Schedule C rideshare, but also not rideshare, like don't feel the need to be totaling up receipts for any kind of Schedule C you're making. They should already have that ready to go for us, where we can just plug those numbers in into the Schedule C. If not, you know, feel free to let them know, like, you need to calculate all this and come back, or you need to, like, you know, work this out and then come back later in the day, because, you know, that's something they should already have ready to go. That way we can just plug it into a Schedule C and move along with the return and keep everything flowing smoothly at the tax site. Any questions about that? I feel like I kind of covered those pretty quickly, but again, you know, this is stuff that y'all are already, I'm sure, pretty familiar with. All right. Well, if there are no questions, we can move along to volunteer tools and resources. Sharing my screen.
Thank you, Hunter, because like you stated, though, a lot of those things are repeated items that we discussed earlier. So thank you so very much. So now we're in the hands of Karen.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to Link and Learn. Basically, this is the volunteer tools and resource page. And if you go to Link and Learn, you'll see these different links. We've already been in the practice lab, the Partner and Volunteer Resource Center. This is what goes there. All of these forms and pubs you can find here. They have not come out with the 4491X yet. This is what comes out. Usually it's here by now, but it might be by the end of the month, where if there are any corrections to the 4491, this is where you would find them. Site Coordinator's Corner. This is all of their pubs and forms. So for the site coordinator, they still had a 5088. But the new one this year is the 5683 and the 5838. Those are new. 4491 we've gone over. The 5157, that's the healthcare. I haven't seen. And we also have the over the phone interpreter poster, and this is the form for it. I don't know if Matt Hunter, if we're going to be included in that this year or not.
I don't believe we're doing OPI this year. I've not heard any updates about that. I don't think we're doing it this year. But if I hear otherwise, I'll let y'all know.
Okay. And so the only other thing would be the quality and volunteer tax alert, which you have 2 volunteer tax alert. Usually the site coordinators will have this on the desk at the site to let you know what's going on, what kind of changes. And that's what these 2 are. This is talking about the changes to the test and what the changes were, which one, which problems, and what changed. Any questions on anything?
I have a question. This is Avis. I know a person that's interested in volunteering for the free tax prep, but she wants to be basically a greeter and a interviewer. She was asking, does she have to take the basic or the advanced training just to be a greeter or a greeter in interviewer?
She would have to take the standard of conduct and the interview test.
Okay, just those those 2 items.
Yes.
Okay, so she wouldn't have to do the basic or the advanced thing. Okay.
Our greeter screener training will be virtual. It'll just be it'll be one evening this Friday.
Next Friday.
Next Friday. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, well, if no one else has any questions, Hunter, I guess we were going to go over the test.
I think so. Yeah, I think we're good to move on.
I have to find it.
Yeah, I'm gonna say pull it up.
I don't. Oh.
6744.
I know, but I had it on my
desktop.
Yeah, but if I get out of here, I don't know if that's gonna. Let me see. Uh-oh. I done did something.
Woo!
Okay, and like I said, every book you have, when you open that hub up, it's going to talk about the volunteer standards of conduct. This is where we have class participation.
Amen. What's the little church say? Amen.
Amen. Everybody does know how to get into Lincoln Learn, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay, okay. So we're gonna go on to the first and someone start reading.
All right, I'm gonna be someone. Okay, so the volunteer standards of conduct test, and of course, she's already stated, and I agree, class participation. The first question says, using your resource materials, answer the following questions. Prior to working at a VITA TCE site, all volunteers, which includes the greeters, client facilitators, tax preparers, quality reviewers, etc. What's the answer, y'all? Come on, some smart person step up to the mic.
All of the above.
D.
D.
Okay. Does everybody, is there anyone who does not agree? Let's do it like that.
What was the answer?
What's the answer?
D.
The answer is
Okay,
E.
anybody?
The answer is
A
E.
and B.
The answer is what? Okay, give us A, B, C, D, E. Okay, which one is it?
E is an elephant.
E as in elephant.
Ella.
Okay, okay, Ella. Somebody said D.
It's E as in Ella.
Wait.
E.
Okay, we want to make sure. Are there any? Okay, go ahead.
All volunteers must.
Because all volunteers must not pass the advanced tax law certification.
Correct.
Right.
So that's not part of the answer.
Where? E.
It's E, A and B.
E, A, and B.
So the answer,
E.
you're right. The answer is E.
Does everybody understand that?
As we stated in our
yeah.
presentation, most people just go forward and do the advance. But there are some people
Why am I writing them down then? if
who
you
do
got
the basic.
answer? All of them are the
Excuse me?
Who's taking number 2?
Ain't nobody.
take
I
number
can't
two.
even see me.
Number 2 is yes. A.
Right.
Is there anyone who disagrees or has a different answer?
Number 3.
Number 3 is C.
3 is C.
All right. Number 4, somebody come on with it.
Is B as in boy.
Everybody agree? Number
Yes.
5.
Right.
B as in boy.
Right.
Okay, so I'm gonna do it like this. Is there anyone who disagrees? B as in boy, number 5. Anybody disagree? All right, number 6.
A.
Alpha.
Anybody disagree? Number 7.
A.
A.
Hey,
A. A.
Anybody disagree with A? Number 8.
D as in dog.
D.
D as in what?
D as in dog.
Okay, anybody disagree? Number 9.
A.
hey.
A.
Okay,
I
is there
got a
any-
question. I got a
Okay,
question
come on.
about number 9.
Okay.
Okay, where it says the sites or volunteer must not solicit business from taxpayer or use taxpayer information for personal or business benefit. So
Yeah.
just say if a taxpayer comes in there and their income is over the VITA limit of 64,000, and it says, well, since we can't help them, we have to send them to either a paid professional or whatever. Okay, just say like for myself, I'm a paid tax preparer. So if I know a customer that comes into VITA and says, and they know that their income is, just say they made 68,000. So is it wrong for me to give them my business card?
It
to tell
is.
them?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Stop right there. That's a
Yes.
violation.
So it's cause hold on.
That's a
you
violation.
Conflict of interest.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure about that, because if VITA can't take care of that customer, then who do we
Okay,
refer that
this is what
customer
our
to
norm
them?
has. This is what our norm has been. they're out of our scope.
Right, out of your scope.
And they said, where can I go? I don't have anybody that I can, I don't know. I suggest that they get online and try to see what they can come up with, or, you know, it used to say telephone booths, but get online and see what they can find. But I don't give anything out.
Or they can get online and do their own return.
Well, I said get online. Yeah.
Well,
so,
they're not. Yeah, most not gonna do
the
that.
other services through the free tax service? I forget the names of them.
That's why I said they can get online.
They can get online.
Internal Revenue's website will give all the free sites that they can go and do if they can't do it.
Right.
And it will give the limit on what they can do.
Well, some of those free tax prep sites too does have a limit on them as well too, because I've
Yes,
checked
they
them
do.
also
They do.
too, so they have limits on them also. But I would, not to get myself in trouble or whatever, but it's like, well, if we can't help you,
Yeah. And those
okay,
free
say
sites,
for instance, see, if a person says, well, where can I go? I wouldn't say go to H&R Blog or
Right.
whatever. I don't name, and I just tell them, try to get online and see what you can come up with by looking up.
oh, okay.
those free sites on IRS, they will let you do it, but they will charge you if you're over that certain amount. They do have to pay.
Exactly.
Because I usually use them, but I have to pay.
And please do not solicit your own business, please.
Correct. So, all right. Any other concerns or comments about number 9 or any of the others that we've gone over? Okay, number 10.
A is an apple.
Okay. Okay, so now do anyone need any of the answers repeated before we go further with the next set of questions? So all minds cleared, okay? Intake and interview. Number 1.
D is in David.
Okay, she said, wait a minute, number 1?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's the
wrong
retest. I did both of them.
True.
Okay,
Number one,
wait.
is an
We
apple.
want everybody to be together. Okay, wait a minute. We on number 1 for the intake and interview.
A.
Anybody disagree? All right, number 2.
D is in David.
Okay. Anybody disagree? All right, number 3.
B.
B.
Number 4.
D.
D is in David.
Number 5.
B.
Number
Who these
6.
other people that won't answer?
B.
All right, now I said class participation and we getting it, but I want some of the rest of you all, because I don't want you just writing the answers and you don't know, because the worst thing that can happen is that you take this test based on the answers that were given here and you don't have a clear understanding about it. So this is the time that we would like for you to step up and say something or ask a question if you have any concerns.
Thank you.
Go back to number 5, please.
Number 5. Okay. What you want us to go back and do?
The answer is false, correct?
Right. No.
Yeah.
B.
Yeah, B as in baby. Yes,
Okay,
that's correct.
thank you.
Is that Anthony?
Yes, it is. Yes,
That's what
it
I
is.
thought. Okay, that's fine. All right. We going to number 7.
Go
A.
back to number 6.
I'm sorry. It's what?
Number
A.
6 is B.
Okay, we got 2 answers here. Well, some say A, some say B.
Which number?
B.
Number 7. Number 7.
7 is
I
A.
said A.
A.
7 is A.
Okay, A is correct. Number
Who
8.
said B, Denise?
I don't know who said B, but
I don't know.
B is for number 6.
6.
oh, okay. Okay, number 8.
D.
D is in David.
E.
Okay. Number 9.
C.
C.
Number 10.
C.
I hear you, Gwen Pruitt. Okay. Anybody anybody got any questions about the intake and interview? But they said speak now, forever hold your peace. Okay, so since this is not Karen, the site coordinator session, we're gonna skip that. And we're going to advance, which I believe is on page 69.
They going fast. They going kind of fast.
All right, we don't want to be going too fast now. Anybody missing something? Because I heard you.
That was me.
Okay, would you?
Going
Okay,
too
you missed
fast?
something?
No, I was talking to Bertha. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Okay, so everybody with us, as we're on page 69 of the 6744, scenario number 1.
Yes,
Okay, and the answer for number 1 is
D as in David.
Why?
Okay, wait.
Why?
What is the most? Because her husband had left the house.
Because of the amount
And
of
they wasn't together the last 6 months of the year.
The child in that household.
They wasn't together the last 6 months of the year.
Okay.
Okay, you good. We're just trying to make sure you know why. Okay. These real life things happen.
D.
Yeah, the answer is D for number 1.
Yes, she met all of the qualifications for earned income credit.
Okay.
2 is true.
Number 2.
A.
A.
I'm hearing both answers.
Yeah, I'm hearing A and B. Okay, number 2 is what? Let's do it again. Number 2.
A as in apple.
Okay, Karen, you scrolling. Okay, number 2. Okay, so number 2 is A, which is true. Does anybody else have anything different or need to talk about it? Okay, number 3.
A.
All right. Number 4.
D.
And I know some of you all may not have read the
C as in Charlie.
Why?
B.
Child tax credit only $2,000.
$2,000 per child.
Because it's
2,000 per
And they
child.
have
2,000 per person.
Okay.
And y'all, all right, y'all know what to do. Good deal. Number 5.
False.
Which is what? B, right?
Why?
Because the person that's caring for the child is a dependent on the return.
Yeah.
Can you go back to number 4? It is
Number
C.
4.
Number 4 is C.
Okay.
Okay. Everybody got the rest of those answers thus far for advance? Okay, so we are at number 6.
D as in David.
Okay, number 7.
C.
Charlie.
Charlie is good. Anybody disagree with Charlie? All right, number 8.
C.
What did you not add?
The gym membership.
Okay.
All right, y'all on it. Good deal. Okay, let's roll on. We told y'all we was gonna get y'all out. Okay. Scenario 4. The answer is number 9.
C.
Okay.
I'm hearing 2 answers.
I heard 2. I didn't see.
Anyone have an answer other than Charlie? Anybody need to talk about that? Okay, number 10.
A.
B.
A.
If somebody said B,
Mhm.
why you said B? And not speaking up. Okay, so A is the correct answer for number 10. Number 11.
B.
B.
Number
A.
12.
C.
C.
Okay.
Why?
Because you can deduct up to the amount of your winnings overall.
Okay.
Mhm. Oh, that's, I like that. Good deal. Good deal. You got it. That's it. Okay. Now, number
13.
13.
A.
A.
A. Okay, number 14.
D is in
D.
David.
D.
No. Okay. All right. So now we're on scenario 7.
Oh, that's the one.
Yeah, that's the one. You already gave me the answer if they were looking.
They weren't looking.
I bet you somebody was.
I don't think so.
All right. Now, this right here is Karen went over this when she was in the practice lab. And I know that maybe some of you did or have already gone into the practice lab if you did it a little earlier before all these problems and you were able to come up with the answer. And so I'm gonna ask you here, what's the answer number 15?
C.
C.
Somebody said B.
C.
Is
C.
in cat.
Yeah, C is the
Yes.
correct answer. And
You want me to show them?
yeah, like I said, Karen had showed y'all earlier, and I said, "Oop, they got the answer. Did they look?" So yeah, go back to it and Karen, let's talk about that because that's something that happens quite a bit. Please go to that.
I'm trying to see how to
Well, you may have to. Okay.
I know it's an easy way to do this.
We didn't claim to be the the best computer literate people. I know I don't. What you doing?
What happened?
I don't know.
It's not.
Put your cursor by the password and see what happened.
I've been doing.
Sometimes you have to do it twice.
So you're not okay. You got the cursor up there. I don't know if that's gonna have anything to do with it.
No.
See where your cursor is?
Oh.
No. You have to retype your password.
Yeah, to retype your password in.
That's why I got to figure
Because
out.
if you hit it again, it might lock.
Gonna lock yourself up.
Mm-hmm.
Take your password out and then
Yeah, take it out and type it back.
Can you remember it? Because I told you my computer wouldn't let me do it because I've done it, but
I don't know.
I know you don't. This is why I don't like you. You can't see it.
101 London Street. Hold on.
We holding all we can do.
Oh, shoot. Here it is.
Okay.
You in there? Because I was trying to get in mine. If I could. You got it, Karen?
Yeah.
Okay, well, let me come out of this one. Okay.
Okay.
So go back to the front. Go back to the front where we had to do the click, make it to the front of this 1099R.
I just did.
You did, okay. And you clicked it and came back here. Okay. Okay.
So the first thing is the 20,000. If you know in the
scenario,
the 15,000 is the cost. The start date is 11/1/2020. That's what it had in the written notes.
In the scenario, that's right.
Now, where a lot of people make their mistake is not checking this box. If it's a joint or survivor annuity, and they told you that it was a joint. So you're gonna add both ages. And the both ages was 123. She was 6, one was 54 and one, I forgot.
67. I think it was 53.
Okay, one was 66 and the other one was 57.
Right.
So when you total those together, that's where you get the 123.
Right. And again, this is when the starting date, but if you don't check this box, then you're gonna come up with another answer. So make sure you check the box and then add both ages. They got it for 12 months. This is what she had already put in it. And so it comes up with the 19,419. Anybody got any questions on how they did that?
Now, let me say this too. Now, in our scenario, it gave us everything that we needed to complete this. But as I was looking at this, that 1259 that's on that second page, go back, Karen. Come down. Okay, that 1259, we may not even know.
Yeah, a lot of times you're right. A lot of times we don't.
So we have to just roll with what we
Unless
have.
they have last year's return.
And that's still not going to help us to know how much they recovered unless that was the first year they got their monies.
Well, we can, with questions and
We
stuff.
have to, yeah. So we definitely have to question them and ask them, how old were you when you retired? When did you start receiving your pension, so that we can try to calculate it as close as possible, because all of their monies originally is not taxable when you have something like this.
Denise, sometimes we'll be doing a return and we'll find out that the previous year they didn't do the simplified method.
Right.
And what ends up happening is that out of habit, some of us just calculated like it was the previous year, and they're getting cheated.
They sure are.
Okay, so we've shown you that. Are there any questions about number 15?
I was trying to do the print. I was trying to do the
I know it.
Oh, shoot. It's telling me to review. Okay. I didn't finish.
You finished?
So I really want to get out of here.
Okay, so just close it and get out of there.
No, I want to go to the, let me do this. Where's exit? Oh, here it is.
Up there?
At the top. At the top.
Okay. I wanted to. Okay, go on to the next question.
Okay, you got, remember you got the computer that's working.
No, I don't mean the next. I mean the same one. So the next, oh, shoot.
Well, okay, the answer.
No,
Number 6, huh?
Yeah, the next question.
The next question, okay. Number 16.
Is B.
False. Right.
Wait a minute, I was
false.
trying to show the print of this return.
So you could answer the questions.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got you.
Okay, so. I can go to.
Keep on scrolling. Right there.
19,460. So for the next question.
For the Social Security.
Right. That's what? What's the answer?
They gave it false B.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
Because it said all, and all of it is not, as you can see from what's entered there on the form. Wait a minute.
I didn't finish everything, but this is the next answer. Number 17.
Number 17.
C.
105.
So that's gonna be C.
It is right here.
Okay,
Who's
number
after the
18.
16?
Huh?
I'm still stuck. I didn't hear 16. It was like,
Okay,
16
B.
was false.
Okay, look up there at number at 6A where the Social Security line is. And that's what makes it be false if you're looking at your book to see what the question states. Okay. All right, then the next one would that asks what is the total amount of other income reported? The answer is C, and there it is on the line of the return right there, number 8.
Okay.
Everybody got those thus far?
Yes.
Okay, so number 18. What's number 18? Okay, that was on that return too. Okay.
Let's go back to the
19.
question.
It is.
Okay, I'm sorry. Somebody said, what about the question?
Yeah, where's the question thing?
The question.
Okay, wait. Okay, I'm sorry. We
I
thought
don't-
that everybody had either up on their computer screen or in person. There's 6744.
Because I don't have a hard copy book.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't have a book.
Okay, so we thought you may have pulled it up. Okay, so yeah, we have, it's the 6744, and the question is, Matthew is eligible to deduct qualified educator expense in the amount of, and of course, that's $300.
Okay, that's number 18. Right? Yeah.
Okay, so number 19.
C.
What is the
C.
Monroe? Okay, but let me read this since everybody said they don't have a book.
I'm trying.
What is the Monroe standard deduction on their 2023 tax return? And that's on this return that Karen, you closed it.
I did because I'm trying to get back to the return.
Oh, okay.
To the test.
Okay. So for number 19, for those
There it is.
okay, there we go. Okay, so what's number 19?
C.
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 Oh, hold on. Okay.
How did you add that? What did you add?
Went to the standard deduction chart.
You really don't have to. Well, really, you don't have to add because unless you're doing it by hand or something, because it's automatically calculated for you if you check the right boxes and everything on the return that you.
I know it, but for you to know, the standard deduction is 27,700 plus the 1,500 that you add to it. That's what make it a
29.
29, right?
Because once somebody is over 65, that's what I was trying to get
That's
to.
what you trying. Okay, because they're over 65. Okay. Number 20.
D. D is in David.
Okay. Number 21.
A.
A.
All right, 22.
D is in David.
Okay, very good. Very good. Okay, now we're at scenario number 8. Number 23.
C.
Okay, tell me how you come up with that. Tell us how you came up with that answer.
After you do after you put in all the long term and the short term into the appropriate, what's on you look on the
Schedule D.
Schedule D, and it'll give you the answer, information.
No.
No, it's something else, isn't it?
You gotta add what's on the dividends and
You got
the 1099 deal. 2A.
2A at 350.
Plus the 2,100 is 2,450. Y'all see that?
Look, say that again.
Let me show you. Let me show you. Where it go?
That's it.
Are you gonna?
Is this the right one?
You're going the wrong way, I think.
I am.
Yeah.
No, here it is. See, it had
That is right there.
350.
Okay.
Total gain, capital gain distribution. 350. Plus this right here. 2,100.
Okay.
That's what you're gonna add to get the 2,450. Okay. Does everybody understand that though?
No.
This is dividends. And they ask for the long term. Here's the long term. This is the short term up here. So you're not even gonna look at that.
Right. And that's what
for long term. So long term is 2,100 plus this here.
Okay, so you got it? You understand it now? Because I know what you're probably thinking. They had 2 of those forms, and so you probably ended up maybe subtracting out the 750 or so, which would have given you a different answer. Okay, number 24.
A.
A.
Okay, 25.
B.
Right, B.
Why?
Because you're going to take up to 2,500.
All right, all right.
Right on. That's it. Good class, good class. All right. 26.
B.
C.
How you get it? You multiply 65.5 is what, remember I was talking about the good mileage that they giving people this year? So you're gonna multiply 65.5 times 2,500.
Everybody got that?
Okay.
So the answer was what?
The answer is
number
1638. B is in boy. Because you multiply what they give you per mile on a standard mileage. They give you 65.5 cents a mile. So you're going to multiply that times 2,500.
And it's going to give you 1638.50. And you know, we round up. That would be 1638.
Really, it should be 1639.
Questions? Any questions to the number 26?
Miss that one.
All right, number 27.
A.
A.
I want to hear 28.
Okay, 28.
300.
B.
No,
B.
no.
B.
No.
How you
B.
get B? How you get it?
B.
Because she used some of it for education, and you have to subtract that out amount that was used for her education, and then you do 10% of that that's left.
You do that 5329 form.
Here
And
it
take
is,
that
right here.
exclusion.
You
And take
used
that
the early
exclusion.
distribution of 3,000 from
Right.
her
Mhm.
IRA in April. She
Yes,
used
she is
2,400.
2,400.
So this 2,400 is an exception. So you're gonna
Right.
subtract
Right.
the 2,400 from 3,000. That leaves 600.
600 and
Right.
10% of
Then
that is
10% of that is
10%.
60.
of that.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
So else
Very good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
29.
D is in David.
D.
Okay. Any questions thus far? If not, we're gonna roll on to number 30. We're coming to the end of our road. Yay.
So 28 was D, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was B. B as in baby.
What was 29?
D as in David.
D.
Now we're on number 30, which is on page 103 for those who have access to the 6744 or looking online at what's here with us. So number 30.
D is in David.
D.
D. D.
Why?
It's based on the amount of years or the time that the spouse has been deceased.
Deceased.
Okay.
Very good. Very
Okay.
good.
So
Number
the answer
30.
is D. And like dog.
Huh?
What is the answer? D. D.
D like dog.
Okay.
Right. D.
Okay, number 31.
B.
Who?
What?
C.
Okay, I think I heard two different answers.
We got D, but I don't even know how
So who
to-
says C?
C.
Okay, tell me how you come up with that. Did you work the problem or you just guessing? You can be honest. The answer is C though, whether you worked it or not. It is C. And what you may want to do at a later time for some of these, if you haven't done so, is to work them, to see just how it actually did come up with that. All right, number 32.
B.
B.
B as in baby. Is that what we saying?
Yes.
Okay. Number 33.
100.
100.
Okay. Number 34.
A.
And the
Get that?
last.
How did you get that?
Just work the problem.
They got to work the problem.
What's the problem?
You subtracted 5352 from 46, 56. That leaves 696.
Yeah, they get you that way too if you don't want to work the problem. Yeah.
Let the computer
Okay,
work.
y'all hear that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the last one, what's the answer to number 35?
A.
A.
A is
A.
correct. So if you work the problem and then you look at the actual return afterwards, a lot of these answers is where it's on the return.
And sometimes you can look at the retest and it'll give you the answer sometimes.
Sometimes. That depends on how much time y'all want to put in it. But anyway, do anybody have any questions about any of the material that was covered, the test answers, any of that? It is now 3:02 p.m.
South of the Mall starts January the 22nd, and our time is from 10 to 4. Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays. So
I think all of the sites start on the 22nd unless that's their day that they be closed. Like on Mondays, a couple of sites are not open on Mondays. So all sites are opening up. There are some time variances for some of the sites, as Karen has stated, for Southland Mall and a few others, but the actual site location is available out there on the website for you to view. I don't know if all of you have been or have contacted the person or the site coordinator for the place in which you are interested in being a part of, if you have not already been working there. And if you have not, we ask that you do so. As I stated earlier, I gave you my phone number. I think at this time, Ms. Karen wants to give you her number.
My number is 901-497-1585. 497-1585. And we're going to be getting the supplies into the site next Thursday at 10 o'clock. They're supposed to bring, United Way is supposed to bring the supplies to Southland next Thursday at 10 o'clock.
And I did not realize Hickory Ridge Mall is not a site anymore, that they are at a new location.
It's still a site.
Yeah, new location, Divine Life Church on Riverdale. And
it's
that too. Huh?
It's still a site. They just
it's a site, but they moved. They're not at Hickory anymore. They're on Riverdale at the Divine Life Church. And that too will be a part of the listing that United Way is providing the site listings for. Are there any other questions?
It's
Hunter, are you still with us?
I am. I was just going to clarify that what you said was correct. Like, it's in TaxSlayer, I believe it's still listed as the Hickory Hill site, but we will not be at the Hickory Mall this year. It'll be at that Divine Life Church.
That's what I was going to tell you. I saw it on something that had the old address.
Right, it did, but they're working on getting the corrected document out.
Okay,
yeah, that's a pretty recent development, so we're in the process of updating that with the IRS right now. Matt's working on that.
Did anybody have any other comments or questions?
Okay, I think, Hunter, there's a couple of questions, I think, in the comment in the section, somebody about the times or so. Would you look at that before we dismiss?
Sure. If y'all will give me a second, I can post the current version of our site schedule and hours. I can post that in the chat if y'all 1 minute to get that pulled up.
Okay.
Well, let me get out of
yeah, close. Okay. I thank you all for being such a good class. Your participation helps a lot. It lets us know whether or not you've been reading on your own, that you followed along with us, that we said some things that stuck with you. So that really helps. And as we stated for you, we are available. You've got our numbers. Give us a call if we can be of any assistance to you.
And you are a good presentator too.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Crying.
Okay, so in the chat, Hunter has shared the site listing. We just pulled it up.
So this should be updated as of as well. I'm sorry, I can't talk. I can't talk today. This is the most updated one we have. You know, like we're still finalizing some details, but for the most part, this should be it. So this has all of our sites, including mobile sites, as well as their dates and hours.
Oh, is this the same one that was on that email?
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe so. Which
Okay.
It's the
email?
one because that's the one because I
you
think
sent.
yeah.
Oh, I've already sent this. I'm sorry.
No, I was just asking.
Hunter,
yes,
if you will, can you show the Divine Life portion for Avis and my team so that they may have the correct address? I did send it, Avis. I don't think I have your email address, but I thought I sent it to you.
So there's the Divine Life right there, and that address is 5270 Riverdale Road. One thing to note about that address is that if you plug that into a GPS or on Google Maps, it'll take you to the Riverdale Road entrance. They typically during the weekdays, they keep that front entrance gate locked, but there's like a side, if you just go around the corner right there by the main entrance, get on East Holmes Road, they keep that one open. So that's just one thing to be aware of. Just, that just to keep the flow of traffic one way in, one way out during the weekdays. They keep that Riverdale entrance locked, so just go around it onto Holmes Road, and I mean you'll see it. It's right next to it, but just if you plug that address into a map, it's going to take you to a locked gate.
Gotcha.
Okay. Any other questions, concerns, comments?